Well, very good morning to you all on our live stream today. I'm Scott Hewitt. I am live from the England Athletics Under-17 and Under-15 Championships here at Sports City in Manchester. This weekend's action also incorporates the Under-16 and Under-20 Disability Championships, so we'll be bringing you a few events in that as we go through the weekend's action. Well, we've already had the Junior Discus, the Under-17 Discus, Women's Discus taking place. The UK age group record set last year. Difficult early start, 10 o'clock on a Saturday morning in the depths of August, which you would hope would be glorious weather, but it's not the case in Manchester today. 16 degrees, and we may well be expecting a deluge of rain as we go through today and tomorrow. The first track event, as you can see, is the Under-17 Women's 300 metre hurdle heats. They have the heats today and they'll progress through to the final tomorrow morning at around about the same sort of time. We've got two heats going in the Women's Under-17 300 metre hurdles. After that we head to the Under-17 Men's 400 metre hurdles, and then we get to some of the fast stuff on the track. We've got an ambulant 200 metre race, then the Under-17 women and men's 100 metre heats. So please do stay with us. We'll be bringing you that track action in just a few minutes' time. The Under-17 women's 300 metre hurdles kicking off, and well, I'm sure all the long sprint hurdlers have been keeping an eye out for the Tokyo Athletics over at the Olympic Games, and yeah, it's perhaps just revolutionised how these athletes will be thinking about their own performances. Karsten Vorheim, Sydney McLaughlin with those excellent world records. Well, this some of the Under-17 women discus that have got underway. The surface here in Manchester, well, it was redone in the last 12 months ahead of the British Championships being held here last year. Manchester always been a hub for athletics, and great competitions and competitors coming out of this area. Start list then for this first women's 300 metre hurdles heats. Well, 5 athletes going in this. Isla Brown on the inside in 3. Lucy Wintle, believe she's not starting, so we can scrap her off the start list. Hermione Mason, the Sale Harrier on home turf, really goes in 5. Catriona Scott in 6, and Lisa Halliday of Warrington, local girl as well, she goes in lane 7. Well, only 4 athletes. I believe we've got 9 in the lineup, so bar any huge errors, only 1 athlete will miss out by right. Brown, Mason, Scott, Halliday. The Under-17 women's 300 metre hurdles getting underway, and already it is from lane 5. Hermione Mason, the Sale Harrier in that green strip, just storming round the second bend on the track here at Sports City. She's got a compelling lead at the moment. It's an early start for these hurdlers. They'll be used to Saturday morning sessions, Sunday morning sessions, and Mason will be coming into the home straight with a good 10 metre lead. Behind her on the outside is Catriona Scott, she's in second, but well placed is Isla Brown, the Windsor Slough Eton and Hounslow athlete, and these will be the top 3. Mason, Scott and Brown. 45.62 on the clock. A comfortable win in the end, and rounding things off, Lisa Halliday, the Warrington athlete, just bringing up the rear. So your top 3 then, Mason, Scott and Brown in the women's 300 metre hurdles. The other 5 athletes will have to see how fast they can go. Potential that all 5 could make their way through to tomorrow's final.
Quick update on Amy Thompson's progress in the ambulant women's discus. 1942.
Well, the second heat of the under-17 women's 300 metre hurdles, we have the UK leader Stephanie Okoro from Havering. She goes in lane 6 in this. Well, bar any sort of upset or incident, you would expect she would come away with the title this weekend.
Stephanie Okoro, Havering AC, and Amarat Mohammed Hassan of Cambridge Harriers.
The lineup for this one then, as you can see on the inside, Erin Rees goes in 3, Amber Hughes in 4, Maisie Heggie of Rotherham Harriers in 5, Stephanie Okoro in 6, Amirat Mohammed Hassan of Cambridge Harriers goes on the outside in lane 7, and it's a very, very fine rain at the moment. Quite breezy today as well, just walking from the car park here into the Stadium Bowl. Just noticeable how breezy it was. Umbrellas just getting blown all over the shop. It's not great conditions. We've also got a bit of pole vault going on the second bend at the moment as well. In 17 men's pole vault. Not great conditions for that either today. The athletes in this women's 300 metre hurdles will have a headwind as they go down the back straight, but a bit of a breeze behind them as they come into the home straight and attack the final 2 barriers. Two athletes on the inside, choosing not to use blocks. So then it's Rees, Hughes, Heggie, Okoro, Mohammed Hassan. The 5 athletes in this heat 2 of the under-17 women's 300 metre hurdles. They are cleanly away and they already storm down the back straight. Okoro head down, powering and coming past Mohammed Hassan already, and she's well into her running now in lane 3. Amber Hughes having a good go of it at the moment, starting to charge around the inside shoulder of Maisie Heggie. Erin Rees also storming through in the bright blue of Windsor, Slough, Eton and Hounslow on the inside, but this race is all about Stephanie Okoro. She's ran 43.13 seconds earlier this year. She knows this track from the English schools. She's very comfortable, stutters into that penultimate barrier. Gets her rhythm back, again starts to check herself down. Gets it with her left lead leg as she comes storming through on the line now, attacking this well. 44.59, coming through for second is Amber Hughes. Emma Rees for third, and Maisie Heggie picks up fourth. Well, just to tell you how good that time is, 44.59, that would put her third in the UK rankings this year. So pretty good going in these conditions. Pretty comfortable for second was Amber Hughes. Erin Rees just using her nicely from lane 2 to pull through. And we'll try and bring you the confirmed finalists as and when we can have them. Please keep an eye out on Twitter as well, at England Athletic. You can find the live results page as well, and there are a few QR codes around the stadium here if you want to try and get the live results. We don't have any on there yet, but we will do as and when we can get them. So the hurdles will be adjusted and moved to the men's 400 metre mark.
The women's discus has now completed.
And that is next on our start list in just a few minutes' time. We will keep up to date with the field events all weekend. The women's discus is already included, under 17 women's discus. We have the long jump on the back straight, but it is just torrid conditions out there. We are slightly sheltered in the main stand along the home straight, but we will have the 400 metre hurdles in just a few minutes' time.
1942 in the sixth round.
So we can see that the athletes are getting ready for our first final of these championships. It's the men's 400 metre hurdles from 17s. That's a straight final coming up shortly. And we have our first results of the day. So the results of the first heat of the under 17 women's 300 metre hurdles. That was a win for Hermione Mason of Sale Harriers Manchester in a time of 45.64. Second was Katrina Scott of Victoria Park City of Glasgow, 46.06. Isla Brown of Windsor Slough Eton and Hounslow was third with 47.38. And Lisa Halliday of Warrington AC, 49.27.
It's starting to dry off slightly. It's such a misty fine rain, it's almost difficult to tell, but somebody once described it to me as very wet rain. I'm not quite sure what that meant, but the athletes are absolutely drenched when they're coming off the track. But the first of the finals for this weekend, it's the Under-17 Men's 400 metre hurdle straight final. Well, we have got 6 athletes going in this. We have a athlete not starting, but I'm not too sure whether or not the start list we are getting are correct. There are always going to be dropouts, but difficult to know sometimes. Well, based on the start list I have, from the inside in lane 2, we have Jonathan Pilkington of Southport Waterloo. Outside of him in 3, it's Gus Carter, the Ealing Southall and Middlesex athlete. Luke Dronfield of Guildford and Godalming goes in 4. In 5, Onyechuku Oko of Chelmsford. No athlete going in lane 6. In 7, it's Cosmo Johnston of Hallamshire Harriers, and on the outside in 8, it's Ethan Ellis from the City of Norwich.
Lane 6, Charlie Stadden, Team Bath. Lane 7, Cosmo Johnston, Hallamshire Harriers, Sheffield, and in lane 8, Ethan Ellis, City of Norwich, AC.
Well, it does look like we actually have our full lineup of 7. On my start list it was told that Charlie Stadden from Team Bath wasn't going to be starting from lane 6, but he is indeed in the blue strip of Bath. The UK leader for the Under-17 Men's, Jake Minchell of Coventry, 2 seconds faster than the field, won the English schools, but he's competing in his sort of native 800 metres this weekend, so a bit of an open race. But Oko in lane 5, perhaps the favourite, and they are well away. 45 metres from the start line to the first barrier, 35 metres in between, and already Oko in the yellow strip of Chelmsford storming down the back straight. He's gone past Stadden, Johnston and Ellis, and is making light work of the field as it stands. Carter is having a good run, as is Dronfield from lane 4 with 5.79 on his bib, and it is those two, Oko and Dronfield, as they come into the second bend and 150 metres to go. Oko has a good 5 or 6 metre lead on the rest of the field. He will come into the home straight with a compelling lead, and Dronfield trying to chase him down. Dronfield is 4th in the UK rankings this year. He's trying to charge, he's trying to make a late surge, but he's not going to be able to get down Oko grits his teeth, swings his arms, looks over his inside shoulder. He's going to take the title. 54.66, just outside his lifetime best. Coming through for bronze was Gus Carter, and on the outside I think it was Cosmo Johnson who picked up 4th, but it's Onyechuku Oko who takes the gold medal from the England Under-17 400 metre hurdles title. Our first track final of the weekend wrapped up, and it has been some season for Onyechuku Oko, gritting his teeth with 2 barriers to go. On his inside, Luke Dronfield had tried to go with him in the early stages, but Oko's fast first 200 really set his stall out, dipping for the line. And 54.66, a very good time considering the conditions today. And they'll be delighted to be able to pack their bags, get some dry clothes on and head home. An early finish, an early start for these boys, but a great finish indeed. Well, you might just be able to see it in the back left of that shot, but underneath the red marquee, second in from the left, is the presentation tent, and it is a very low presentation tent, and I don't think they're going to be able to stand on the podium today, because The marquee is there protecting them from the rain. Not the most glamorous of podiums, but one that they'll be welcome to receive.
The first line of the line, all handed out. Straight on then to our second medal print. This is the ambulant women's discus. The final round throw at 19.42 metres from Wigan District, Amy Thompson.
Well, just to take you through our next set of track events then. We have a straight final in the ambulant women's 200 metres up next. I believe only Bevo Jackson from Harlow going in that one. She's already lining up in lane 3 down on the 200 metre start line. And after that we then head to the under-17 women's 400 metre heats. We've got 4 heats going in that. We go from 4 heats to 2 semi-finals, and then the final later on this evening. Our last track event of the day will be the under-17 men's 100 metre final at 3:45. And there, just to the left of your screen, Bevo Jackson getting ready to go in this ambulant 200 metre final. So we have a bit of a mix in this ambulant 200 metre final. Bevo Jackson in 3 and Fraser Owen goes in lane 4. Good that they can combine. So Bevo Jackson from Harlow, one end of the country, Fraser Owen from Inverness, the top end of the UK and Scotland. And yeah, great to have some ambulant events this weekend in the under-16 and under-20 editions. I mean, what a last sort of 9 days for track and field worldwide. Some of the best performances we've ever seen, some of the best competitions, not just individual times but races. The Tokyo Olympics, we had to wait an extra 12 months for it, but my word, what a wait. Super spikes, super tracks and super fast performances and high quality races.
So a quick reminder, lane 3, Bevo Jackson of Harlow, lane 4, Fraser Owen of Inverness Harriers in this ambulant women's 200 metres straight final.
Fraser Owen there will be delighted to get to the end of this 200 and get dry as they are called to their marks. Bevo Jackson in lane 3, Fraser Owen in lane 4. The ambulant 200 metre final, mixed race. Cleanly away. Look at Bevo Jackson go, storming round the bend. Owen having a good run now into his rhythm. Jackson setting the pace as she comes into the home straight. Clapped on by the rather large crowd of family and friends, and Harlow's Bebe Jackson looking great here. Fraser Owen now storming through, 30.08 on the clock. Bebe Jackson delighted. Respectful handshake as well from Jackson and Owen. The Angolan 200 metre final, and they'll both get their gold medal for 2021. We'll keep with the fast stuff with the women's under 17 100 metre heats.
In third place, taking a bronze medal from Ealing South Wales to the time of 57.71, Brooks Carter. Taking the silver medal from Guildford and Birmingham in the time of 55.54, Luke Dropfield. And our champion in the time of 54.65 seconds from Chelmsford AC, Onyekachukwu Koko. So, our next track event is the under-17 women's 100 metre heats. 4 of those coming up. In our first heat, in lane 2, Lucy Memorial with Robbie Harries. In lane 3, Karis Thomas with Hayden AC. In lane 5, Faith Akin Beleji from Blackheath and Robbie Harries. Lucy Talent from Tonbridge AC in lane 6. Ellen Rose Edwards from Gloucester in lane 7, and Sophia Reed Thomas from Carmarthen Harries in lane 8.
Well, as mentioned, next up on the track, it's the under-17 women's 100 metre heats. 4 heats. Top 3, I believe, and the next 3 fastest through to the semi-finals. Well, this first heat then, Lucy Rabori, Karis Thomas, Ahmadi Cole, Faith Akin Bouet, Lucy Talent, Ella Grace Edwards, Sophia Reed Thomas. There's 7 athletes lining up for this one as they set up their blocks, and I think momentarily the rain has stopped. Quite unfortunate that a UK leader, Nia Wedderburn Goodison, who, well, she won the England Senior Championships most recently in Bedford, and she also won England under-20 championships as well, and she would have made a very unprecedented piece of history really if she'd come here this weekend and won the under-17s. She'd have been under-17, under-20 and senior England champion over the 100 metres all in the same year. Disappointed not to see her here, but it is a long way from where she's based, the Harrow athlete. The U17 men's pole vault is underway. They're only the first attempts at 2 metre 91 at the moment. Well, 5 athletes lining up in this one. Lucy Rabori in 2, Caris Thomas in 3. No athlete in lane 4 and 5. It's Faith Akin-Bileget. Lucy Talon goes in 6 and Ella Grace Edwards goes in lane 7. Cleanly away in our first 100 metre heat of the day. Caris Thomas getting into her running and storming away, but in the middle it's Akin-Bileget, the Blackheath and Bromley Harrier, storming through. 12:04 on the clock, and a great start to the day. Well, it was Caris Thomas that got things underway, storming out of the blocks, but the tall figure of Faith Akin-Bileget coming through for the win in that first heat. I think it is just started spitting with rain once again. Faith Akin-Bileget there, she's coached by John Blackie. Same coach as Dina Asher-Smith, double Olympic medalist. Personal best for Faith Akin-Bileget of 11:82 this year. She'll be looking for more of the same come the final. The semi-finals for the under-17 women's 100 metres goes at 1:25 p.m. today, so a few hours time, plenty of time to recover for them and keep dry and warm. It's really important on a day like today. The second heat then in the lineup: Noah Mandunis of Crawley, Tia Kambai Annan, Emmanuel Aquay, Harriet Cleaver. Don't believe Grace Wright is starting of Tipton in 6, and Eleni Francis goes in lane 7. A couple of minutes for them just to finish preparing their blocks.
Emmanuel Aquay, Leonard Harrogate, lane 4, Harriet Cleaver, Catherine Town, lane 5, Eleni Francis from Team Bath, lane 7, and Luciano Thomas Riley from Team Gavada Harriers in lane 8.
The under 17 men's pole vault at 291. Tom Walker there, just getting in on his second attempt. Very difficult conditions for pole vault today, not ideal at all. Bit of a cross breeze coming from that bottom bend up the track. Well, once again, only 5 athletes in this. On the inside, Noah Moundus, Tara Kambayanan, Emmanuel Akwe, Harriet Cleaver, and then Eleni Francis in lane 7 out there on her own. 5 athletes in this heat 2 of the under 17 women's 100 metres. Cleanly away, and Akwe gets off to a very good start. Look at her storming down the track. Harriet Cleaver beginning to pull away now. Quay trying to go with her, but it's all about Harriet Cleaver. 11.96, just dipping under that 12-second barrier there. 11.96, and Harriet Cleaver just pulling away there from Emmanuel Akwe. A really good run from Melakwe there. Just outside a best of 11.87 seconds. So good start to the day for the Enfield and Haringey athlete.
Under 17 first heat of 100 metres. In third place was Easy Talent of Taylor's AC in a time of 12.43. In second place was Carrot Thomas of Havering AC in a time of 12.1029. And in third place was Faith Akin Bivadi from Waikiki Berry Harrows in a time of 12.04.
Penultimate heat of the under 17 women's 100 metres then. Joanna Williams in 2, Evie Patrick in 3, Trezeguet Taylor in 4, Jasmine Wilkins in 5, Cara Duncan goes in lane 6. 5 athletes battling it out. Already seen some good performances. Moila Quay of Enfield with the fastest so far in these heats as the rain begins to pour down here at Sports City. Cleanly away, very good start from Trezeguet Taylor in the middle, and she begins to pull away now from the rest of the field. It's Trezeguet Taylor on her inside, Evie Patrick going well, cruising at the line. 11.95 for Trezeguet Taylor. Well, she's a precocious talent. Best of 11.86 equals her season's best if that time on the clock is confirmed. Very smooth, and coming through for third was Jasmine Wilkins of Bedford on the outside, and we'll see those 3 in the semi-finals around 1:25 p.m. this afternoon. One more heat to go then in the under 17 women's 100 metres. And perhaps Heat 4 just being dealt the worst of the conditions so far. It's raining so much around Manchester that it's in a grey cloud of rain. It is not nice at all here. If you are looking to come here today, then, well, bring your anorak, bring your umbrella, some warm clothes, but perhaps you'd be better suited to staying at home and watching it on our live stream here on the England Athletics YouTube channel. Remember, you can also keep up to date with some of the action on Twitter at England Athletic. You can head to the Twitter page and find access to the live results and start lists and reports of all the action from this weekend, and still plenty of action to come here at Sports City under the boughs of Manchester City's Etihad Stadium.
At 185 in the men's high jump, all 6 athletes are still in the competition, having cleared that night.
Well, the start list then for the 4th heat of the Under-17 women's 100 metres. We've got a couple of people not starting. Iona Irvine is not starting for Oxford in lane 2. Annabelle Honey, she goes in lane 3. Renee Regis, I'm not sure if she's on the start list, but she's on our start list. I'm not sure she's down on the track though, so keep an eye out in 4. In 5, Phoebe Clayton of Rushcliffe. In 6, Jessica Lee. 7, Emily Rankin. And on the outside, it is Mahita Bell Angelo from Leeds City AC. Well, Renee Regis of Enfield does go in lane 4. She's down on the track, you can see her there. Number 332, she's been crossed off my start list, but maybe a bit of a late sign up for today. Heat 4 then, we'll only be losing a couple for the semi-finals. Most of the athletes we'll have seen at 20 over these 4 heats. You'll see through to the semi-finals. But it's Honey, Regis, Clayton, Lee, Rankin and Angelo. Heat 4 of the Under-17 women's 100 metres on the inside. Honey got a good start, she's storming away, but now Regis into her running on the outside. Angelo going strongly, but it's Renee Regis pulling through for the win. 12 flat on the clock. Good run from Angelo of Leeds on the outside. Honey of Aldershot on the inside started well. Might have just got the nod for 3rd in the end, but I expect we'll see the vast majority of those athletes from that heat in the semi-finals later on at 1:25. Here's the replay then, and it was Regis storming away. Angelo had a good run on the inside. I think Honey just held off Phoebe Clayton of Rushcliffe for that 3rd place spot. I expect we'll see all 4 of those athletes in the semi-finals later on today. Well, next up we've got the Under-17 men's 100 metre heats. 4 heats going in that. Potential for some very fast times. Whether or not the weather conditions are conducive to that, we shall wait and see, but we've already seen some quick runs in the women's Under-17 100 metre heats today. Considering the conditions, the wet track here, blue track's like running in a pond, isn't it really? But we'll be back with those Under-17 men 100 metre heats in just a few seconds.
In this first heat, Harrison Martha from Longley Harriers goes in lane 2. Ryan Amaskaleku, Catherine Town goes in lane 3. Fabian Powell, U16 lane 4, Dean Patterson, Glasgow School Sport in lane 5, William Walker, William Valley AC in lane 6, Miguel Miller and Marshall Wilton Hughes AC in 7, Colin McCarthy, City Plymouth AC in lane 8.
We're still in the first round of the men U20 qualifiers. First round down to the height of 3 metres and down centimetre.
Is now ranked in the U17 Men high jump. 5 athletes remaining in that competition.
Ladies under-19 long jump competition has just concluded. Up until December 17, long jump has just concluded. In the third jump with a jump of 569 was Stephanie Jones. She represents Scotland track and field. In second place, so anyway, the 28 she was a jump of 582, and the winner was Molly Rebel with a lead of 587.
Well, heat one of the under-17 men's 100 metres. 4 athletes going in this. I think a couple have been perhaps scared off with the rain. Harrison Marfitt of Longwood on the inside. Outside him, Ryan Amesineku. Outside him from Corby, Fabian Power. Dean Patterson goes in 5 and all on his own on the outside. They could have moved it in, couldn't they? Plymouth's Connell McCarthy. 2 fastest in the lineup then, the athletes in the middle from Corby and Glasgow, Fabian Powell and Dean Patterson. Well, away. Patterson trying to come through, and it is the Glasgow athlete Patterson storming through. Powell going with him for second, cruising through the line, 10.96. Dean Patterson looking fantastic, and well, if that is confirmed, that would be a new lifetime best in the very, very wet Sports City track here, and he shut it down with 10 metres to go and cruised through. So Dean Patterson looking excellent ahead of the finals and the semi-finals later on. Still another round to contend with.
Quick results of the under-17 women's 100 metre heat. In the second heat, it was a win for Emanuela Quay of Enfield Harringay AC. Wind speed of 1.9, so legal wind speed 11.99 on.
They would have had a nice tailwind there, Dean Patterson. Fabian Power, he's ran 10.97 as well this year. Would have just been something like 11.05, around about that sort of time. And Ryan Amesineku wouldn't have been too far off his personal best. He's 11.07 man. The Kettering athlete set this year. Under 17 men's high jump is underway as well. Can't quite see the scoreboard from where we are. Under 17 men's discus is underway as well, but absolutely torrid conditions. Keeping a grip on the discus in this weather is just it's dangerous. It's torrid in the circle. It's like an ice rink when it rains in the discus circle.
That's Jack Patterson from Cardiff Athletics in lane 3. Errol Charles marking wrongly lane 4.
Will Sutton there,
in lane 5.
just failing. Difficult in these conditions, of course, but everybody's got to deal with the same. Still with a high jump then, but we've got heat 2 of the under 17 men's 100 metres. About to get underway. Sammy Ball struggling in these conditions, another failure. Well, the athletes in this one then: George Warburton, Verrill Charles, Rusciano, Thomas Riley, the English schools champion from Coventry, goes in 5, William Top in 7, and Cole Queen goes on the outside in lane 8. Well, Dean Patterson already set the standard. 10.96 personal best in the first heat. What can Thomas Riley do from lane 5 in the red and yellow of Coventry? Cleanly away. Great start on the inside from George Warburton, the Stockport athlete, but here comes Thomas Riley through the middle, storming away. Warburton having a good run, but Thomas Riley pulling away from the rest of the field. 10.93. Good run indeed. Great start to the day. Just outside his lifetime best of 10.92 seconds. Bit of a tailwind in the home straight, but we will wait for confirmation of that 10.93 result. Looked pretty good, didn't he? Solid start, pulled away from about 30 metres, and there was no catching him at that point. Very convincing win, and we could see a bit of a battle between him and Dean Patterson come the final. 2 more heats to go in the men's 100 metres. Just have a look at the second and third spots here. These will get the automatic qualifying. It was Verrill Charles from Blackheath that came through for second, and I think perhaps on the outside. Very late run indeed from Cole Queen from Glasgow as well, just getting it on the dip from George Warburton on the inside. We'll wrap all those results up for you as and when we get them, but keep an eye out on Twitter at England Athletic as well. And you'll find the results there. Barely see the stand from the back straight. It's that rainy and misty, just poor conditions, not ideal at all. Got to deal with the cards you've been dealt, and got to feel for the officials out on the track, committing their weekends, volunteering their time, and I'm sure when they head back to their hotel or homes this evening, they will be very much looking forward to a nice warm bed this evening and a hot shower as well. 2 more heats to go then in this under 17 men's 100 metres. I think we've got a stacked field in this one, 7 athletes. Adam Islam Medu goes in 2, Freddie Arkle goes in 3, Meki Spence Ford goes in 4, Gregory Menkitty goes in 5, Cannon Webb in 6, Sam Sherlock in 7, and Morgan White of Sale Harriers on home turf goes in lane 8. Well, Callum Webb, personal best of 10.90 seconds, set just at the start of last month in Brecon. 10.90 into a minus 0.9 metre per second wind. He's perhaps the favourite for the title this weekend. It's going to be tough if you can replicate that form here If he's ran 10.90 into a minus 0.9, then surely he's good in tough conditions.
Next on track, heat 3 of the U17 men's tour.
Going to have to see something of his best here today for Callum Webb to take the England Athletics title. Well, we will confirm the official start list just as and when we can see everybody, but 776 at the back in the blue strip, just facing away from the straight. That is Callum Webb, the Cardiff Archer athlete, staying composed.
The leader end of the
Gregory Menkiti, the Slough junior, just having another block exit there. We're in 11.20 this year. Looking to try and get inside his personal best today. I suspect we'll see a number of these athletes in the 200 metres tomorrow as well. Long weekend. For some of these athletes, plenty of competitions for the junior and youth athletes. These guys have got a little bit lucky because I think the rain has just died off for a moment. Got a real strong breeze in the home straight, and if you were here or watching for the British Championships last month, you'd have known that it was great sunshine but horrendous headwinds, very difficult conditions, but today they've got a lot of rain and a nice tailwind. So the lineup in this fourth under-17 men's 100 metre heat: Ryan Hewitt, third heat, Islam Medu in 2, Arkle in 3, Spence Ford in 4, Menkiti in 5, Callum Webb in 6, Sherlock in 7 and White in lane 8. Heat 3 of the under-17 men's 100 metres. Keep an eye out for Callum Webb, 3 in from the left in the dark blue strip of the Cardiff Archers. Cleanly away, no issue there on the inside. Arkle from Hercules Wimbledon got to a great start. He's leading at the moment, but here comes Webb. Can he get it on the line? Cruising through, looked like he took it easy there. 11.03 on the clock. Good run from Freddie Arkle of Hercules Wimbledon. Set the pace out the blocks. Didn't ease off. Kept his foot on the accelerator and just kept going. And I think on the inside, Adam Islam Medu, Blackheath and Bromley came through for that third automatic qualifying spot and may well have been close to his lifetime best. One more heat to go in this then.
In lane 5, sorry, Aqua.
In lane 6, Roll Left Retrieving. In lane 7, Woodland Salah from Hayden AC. And in lane 8, Morgan Crawford from Henry Hayes AC. That's the next track event in a couple of minutes' time. The final heat of the U17 men's 100 metres.
Correct. Thank you very much. Okay, lads. Put the blocks out as quick as you can, please. Can you stay in?
Fourth heat then of the under-17 men's 100 metres. Ryan Hewitt goes in lane 2. The Newark athlete just setting up his blocks on the inside. Dante Legister from Cambridge goes in 3. Mitch Oteo of Cornwall in 4. Asari Aqua in 5, Rory Voss in 6, Ridwan Salam in 7, and Morgan Kokoran in lane 8. Well, fastest in the lineup this weekend, Dante Legister, 10.88, his personal best set this season. Still only first year under 17 as well, so we'll have another crack at this title in 2022 if he chooses to come here. Legister, the Cambridge Harrier, coached by Mick Bond, former coach to Darryl Meter, who anchored the British 4x100 team to bronze yesterday. Tricky circumstances.
We have one jumper left in the men's high jump, under 17.
Just for the moment then, the rain has eased off, and these 7 athletes will perhaps come away from this heat a little bit drier than the first 2 heats. The guys in the discus at the top of the back straight really struggling, and keeping an eye out for all their throws in that second round, but they are very much struggling to keep a grip on it. You can only use so much tape and chalk and towels to dry the discus, but it is very tricky to get a good connection with it.
10.96 on the clock. Sweden plus 2.9. Damien Powell was second from Corby AC, 11.13.
Hewitt, Legister, Teo, Aqua, Voss, Salam, Kokoran, perhaps the favourite for the weekend, goes in 3. Dante Legister. How fast can he go? Only 4th at the English schools on this same track will be looking to go 1, 2 or 3 better this weekend. Had some good tailwinds in the home straight. 1.6, 1.9 metre per second. Good conditions, bar the rain. Bit cool, but well, it's our first reset of the day. Well, no false start, so I suspect there will probably be a green card only. Maybe a bit of a twitch perhaps in the middle. Rory Voss. Second time of asking then. Hewitt, Legister, Teo, Aqua, Voss, Salam, Kokoran. They are underway. And already it's Legister. Going with him is Micho Teo, and Legister just going to hold this one off. 10.95. Bit of a faller at the end as well. He looked relaxed at the end. Dante Legister. Micho Teo really pushing him. Might have just dipped under 11 seconds himself. I'm not quite sure what happened to Ridwan Salam, the Havering athlete, in lane 7, just dipping for the line. That's the problem with a wet track, and some of these new super spikes perhaps just a bit more unstable as you're slowing down. Well, that's the 100 metre heats for now anyway. We have the under 15 boys 300 metre heats coming up in just a couple of minutes time. Only 2 heats in that. Just see the conditions there for the high jumpers. There's the runway, the takeoff area. Difficult to really get grip, and then you're having to have so much confidence in your feet. And a great example there of the discus as well, just falling out of the hand. They cannot get a grip of it today. It's real shame for those athletes who committed their time and energy to training for this. There'll still be medals, but it may not have gone to those who would have expected them.
Our silver medalist today with a jump of 5.82 metres from Taunton, Sarah Leffers. And our champion with a distance of 5.87 metres from Edinburgh AAC, Mary Level.
Can you try and record?
Moving swiftly on to our next presentation, that was the Ambulance Women's Long Jump. Our silver medalist, with a distance of 3.69 metres from Arizona, Madeline Brown. And our champion, with a distance of 4.38 metres from Coventry, Esmeralda O'Connell. Our attention now turns to the 300 metre start, where there are 15 boys 300 metres, 2 heats. 13 in lane 2, Robert Austin from West Chester AC. In lane 3, Gideon Tomatar from B51 Track Academy. Sean Bell is in lane 4, Hercules Wimbledon. In lane 6, Benjamin Parker from Aberdeen Valley. And in lane 7, Maxwell Chisholm from Hearts Phoenix AC.
Second round of the named champion Discus. In third place at the moment is Travelers and Corner AC with 29 metres 80, and in seventh, Michael Jenkins of Pembrokeshire areas with a second round throw of 28.35 and improved to 5 metres on his first round throw.
Well, we head to the long sprints now, and it's the under 15 boys 300 metre heats, 2 heats, top 3 and 2 time qualifiers through to the final tomorrow afternoon. They'll get more than 24 hours recovery, which I'm sure they'll be delighted about. Perhaps a bit open this weekend in this event. The lineup for this then. Let's take you through it. On the inside in 2, Robert Austin. In 3, Gideon Olatan. Sean Bell goes in 4. In 5, well, he's crossed off my list, but he is there, Nicholas Maxagowski of Plymouth. In 6, Ben Parker. In 7, Max Chisholm. They will be running into the wind for this first 100 metres. Fastest in the lineup then, it's Ben Parker. 200th slower than him this season is Maxagowski on his inside. So interesting to see how these two athletes go about it, and already the Plymouth athlete, a slightly taller figure of Nicholas Maxagowski, trying to close the gap on Ben Parker from Aberdeen Valley on the outside of him, and it's these two athletes who will come into the home straight with a convincing lead. They are head and shoulders above the rest, really. But Parker now just beginning to nudge forward. He was a bit more composed in the first 100. He started to push away from the Plymouth athlete. Ben Parker tightening up as he comes through the line. 37.68. A few tenths outside of his personal best. A good run from him. Well, that's just a bit of one-upmanship perhaps from Parker. Maxagowski really took it out in that first 120 metres. Couldn't quite get onto the inside shoulder of Parker, who, as they came into that home straight, just turned the screw a little bit and showed his quality. There's nothing really to choose between them on paper.
10.96 with a 2.9 metres per second wind. Second place was Fabian Powell.
Maxagowski only ran one 300 metres ever before up until today. So we'll be going into the final with a slightly less experience perhaps than Ben Parker, as the second heat already line up their blocks.
Cole Queen, 11.40 in 4th, and Liam Top from Pembrokeshire Harriers, 11.49 in 5th. The third of the U17 men's 100 metres was a victory for Phil Parker from Hercules Wimbledon, 11.03. Right on the legal limit, 2.0 metres per second in this race. Callum Webb, Cardiff Archers, 11.06 in second. Adam is down the road from Blackheath Bromley was third, 11.16. Matthew Spence fourth, with Jeffrey Barnett, 11.25 and 4. Morgan Wright from St Mary's Manchester, 11.33 in fifth. Gregory Benedict from Sky Juniors, 11.34 in sixth, and seventh was Samuel Sherlock from Guildford and Godalming at 11.51. We've got the second of two under 15 boys 200 metres heats next to go on the track. In round 3, James Davis from Liverpool Harriers. Paul Lambert from Kempton Coleridge in lane 4. Iolene Salarum from Leeds City in lane 5. Noah Ridgen from Certain Districts in lane 6. And Finley Warner from Hearts Phoenix will go in lane 7.
Well, 5 athletes in this second heat of the under 15 boys 300 metres. In 3 then James Davis from Liverpool Harriers. In 4 Paul Lambret of Cambridge. In 5 Ayomide Solaru of Leeds City. In 6 Noel Ridgen from Sutton District. And in 7 Finley Norman from Hearts Phoenix. No Ridgen then in lane 6. His first real year of athletics, and set that huge 36.8 at the London Schools Championships. What can he do here? Second from the outside then. Ridgeon already storming down the back straight past Finley Norman on his inside. Paul Lambrecht starting to close the gap, and the Cambridge and Coleridge athlete in the white strip going very, very well here, pushing Ridgeon as they come into the home straight. Remember, it's the top three and the next two fastest that will qualify through to the final. It was a fast first 200 from Lambrecht, but Ridgeon just opening his stride a little bit now. Look at him go, cruising through 38.30, a very, very comfortable time. Almost 1.5 seconds down on his lifetime best, and he took it out how you should in a heat. Get to speed and then cruise to the line if you've got enough time, and he did just that. And I think Paul Lambrecht took it out so hard, was just fading a little bit in those final 20 metres on his inside. James Davis came through well and took that third automatic qualifying spot. We'll have to wait for Ayamidi Solaru and Finley Norman whether they've done enough to get one of those two non-automatic qualifying spots. Ridgeon looking very, very good for tomorrow afternoon's final. They'll be back at 1:20 p.m. tomorrow, Sunday, the second day. We hope we have a little bit less rain tomorrow. Results then from the under-17 men's 100-metre heats. Dean Patterson, 10.96, a really great run from him, setting his stall out. I think that was just slightly wind assisted. Good performance to kick things off. Yeah, to the under-15 girls 300-metre heats in just over 10 minutes time in the field at the moment. The long jump is on the back straight. The under-15 boys long jump, we're just waiting really for that to get underway. A bit of a lull across the board as some events just ended, some starting as well, so Rusciano Thomas Riley there, wind legal under the 2 metre per second limit, 10.93, just 100th outside his best, and it was tipping it down really when he got cracking. Looking very good, the English Schools champion, comfortable on this track. Looking to take his second national title here on this track this season. Under 15 boys long jump. Going with the wind, thankfully. Just see the windsock above the hurdles there to the right of your picture.
Men's discus. In third place at the moment, Brian Cunningham from Barry Harriers for a throw of 40-25. In second, Kelly Gannon from Winterslough Eastman Thursday with a throw of 45-54. And in third place, Zach Winston from UTC for a throw of 47-63. In the men's ambulance discus, leading at the moment is Michael Jacobs from Pembrokeshire Harriers for a throw of 37-17. And except that the others have had a Concord with 280 metres 24.
And we can preview the full 40 of the U17 metres. That was a win for Peter Tao, who qualified 18 in a time of 10.94 seconds, with speed 22.8. Second place, Discus for Cambridge Harriers, 10.98. Will Hot retrieval is third, 11.02. Brian Hewitt, Hewitt AC, 11.9 in fourth. Will Crawford, Harriers, 11.07 in fifth.
Well, just catching up on the U17 men's 100 metre heat results as well there. Some good runs. Micho just being given the win ahead of Dante Legister. I can't believe that's right, didn't look like that. Maybe we'll have to have a double take of that. But it's so great personal best for Micho Teo, even if he runs 10.98. Danny Legister looking good as well for the semi-finals and final to come later on.
We have the results of the
Bit drier now as we enter the round 4 of the under-17 men's discus, and they just seem to be getting a little bit more grip, and they really are having to sweep and shovel out the water in between the throws. It's becoming very, very difficult for the athletes.
From B-Fit Today track. And in 6th place, short pedal, Beverly Wimbledon, 41.23. At the end of the first round of the under-15 boys long jump, the leader is Joe Stone.
Well, you would have just seen that discus throw. It was, I think, perhaps the first over 40 metres, but it continued to skid along the wet grass about another 25 metres. So very bizarre conditions for those guys today in the discus. To each of the under-15 girls, 300 metres to come. Only one athlete in the lineup with a personal best this season, set early this year, and under 40 seconds. It's good conditions now, a little bit less rain, nice tailwind in the home straight. We shall see what the weather conditions are like tomorrow. Maybe we see some fast times. Had a bit better conditions here for the English schools earlier this season. Not to be this weekend, classic British summertime weather.
So ahead of us, first two U15 girls 300 metre heats. The lineup. In lane 2, Tiffany Harries, Neve Cox. In lane 3, Carol Costa from Bangor AC. In lane 4, Ella Darby, Brooklyn Northampton. In lane 5, Arabella Woods from Manchester District. In lane 6, Kanaya Bennett from Coventry Godiva. And in lane 7, Neil McConnell, Dorchester AC. That's your lineup for the first two under 15 girls 300 metre heats coming up shortly. As with the boys, with the first three each race, and then two timed qualifiers to the final.
Well, the lineup then for this first under 15 girls 300 metres. Neve Cox goes in lane 2, the Tipton Harrier. Outside her in 3, Cara da Costa from Basildon in 4, Ella Darby of Rugby and Northampton in 5, Arabella Wilson from Winchester in 6, Camilla Bennett from Coventry Godiva, and on the outside Nia McDonald from Dorchester AC. Wilson and Bennett in lanes 5 and 6, separated on personal best only by 100th, and already Arabella Wilson, the Winchester athlete, closing the gap on Bennett outside of her. Bennett running blind in this first 100 metres as they come round and look towards the home straight. It's Wilson leading, Bennett on the outside has a bit of work to do to try and get back into this one. In the middle, Darby going well. At the moment it's the top 3 that will automatically qualify. Bennett coming through, I think she's just going to get second. 41.33, very confident run from Arabella Wilson. Camilla Bennett coming through for second. Well, there was nothing to choose between those two on paper and time. All 3 of those athletes, Darby, Wilson and Bennett, will go through to tomorrow's final at 25 past 1. And also they managed to come off the track dry, which most of the athletes so far this morning haven't had the opportunity to do. One more heat to go. 5 athletes in that for the second heat of the under 15 girls 300 metres.
So we've got our second heat of the 15 girls 300 metres coming up shortly. 5 athletes will go in this heat. On the inside, in lane 3, Sophia Barrett before the AC. Casey Musgrave, Hunter Harry Sheffield in lane 4. Anna Sheffield in lane 5, Cardiff Athletics. Lane 6, Talia Downey, BFit Today Track Academy. And lane 7, Lizzie Garner, Marshall and Kings AC.
Well, only four athletes going in this second under 15 girls 300 metre heat. Casey Musgrave goes in 4, and Ace Shepherd in 5, Callia Downey in 6, and Lizzie Garner in lane 7. Well, the fastest in the lineup this weekend going in lane 6 here, Callia Downey from the Be Fit Today Track Academy. And they get underway very nicely, and already the cool, rhythmic Downey closes the gap on Garner in the lane outside of her. On the inside, Musgrave from the Hampshire Harrier starting to get into her running now, just beginning to edge past Shepherd in lane 5. But it's all about Downey as they come into the home straight. Callia Downey a good 5 metres ahead of the rest of the field. The Hampshire Harrier, Casey Musgrave, having a good run on the inside. Downey beginning to shut this one down. Very cool, very calm, collected. 40.82, half a second quicker than that first heat, and it looked very, very comfortable indeed.
So that's the second of our two under-15 girls 300 metre heats, and the athletes now will await the results to see who has progressed into the final.
Well, confident run from the pick of the field this weekend. Callia Downey, confident, cool, very relaxed running style, and pressed by Casey Musgrave as well. Took the race out in that first 100 metres, closed the gap on Shepherd, put the pressure on. But it was Callia Downey, and she'll be the one to beat going into tomorrow's final. We'll see them back in 25 hours time, something like that anyway. Well, next up, we progress from the shorter long sprints to the longer long sprints. It's the under-17 men's 400 metre heats, which come up in around about 15 minutes time. But we stay with the 300 metre heats, and it's the under-17 women's version.
So we're keeping with the 300 metres for the time being.
Few athletes
Next on the track is the under-17 women's 300 metres.
going to be starting, so we'll bring you the lineups for that in just a few minutes' time. Meanwhile, in the field, we have the under-15 boys long jump underway, and the discus entering the final round.
Favour Joseph from St Mary's Manchester in lane 4, in lane 5, Chelsea Favour, that's AC, in lane 6, Jessica Stewart from Steeple in North Hearts, Andre Grace Aberlin from Harry and Harry's in lane 7, and Monica Davidson will go in lane 8. That will be the first heat of the 17 women's 300 metres. We do have some results of the under-15 girls 300 metres with 2 heats there. The first of those was taken by Ella Douglas from Untitled District with a time of 41.22. Ella Darby was second. She's been looking very handsome with 41.63. Tamaya Bennett, Benedict Mcguire was third, 41.67. Charles Acosta from Lanes AC with 42.22 was 4. And Lee Croft from Tipton Harry was 42.54 in fifth. The second heat will follow.
So far, the long jump, November 15. Leading the competition thus far is Joe Strand from Chambers AC with his first athletics 6:38. And in the men's ambulance long jump, Joel Massett, Team Boss AC, with his first round jump of 5:7.
Results of the 50 boys 300 metre heat. Third place, Richard, Sutton District, 38.30. Second, Paul Lambert from Kempton Coldfish, 39.05. Third was James Davis from Harry Harriers, 39.09. Both first there. Fourth, Ayumi Salari from Mid City, 39.87. And in fifth, Finley Norman from Harsh Phoenix, 40.333.
Well, we keep with this 300 metre theme, and it's the under-17 women's turn now. The first of two heats. Top three automatically qualify for tomorrow's final. The next two fastest will qualify by time. We've got a few no-shows, I think. Just trying to confirm who we do have. But Madison Murdoch in 1, Mia Myers in 2, Andy Keel in 3, Favour Joseph in 4, Chelsea Fagan in 5, Jessica Astor in 6, Angelique Grace Aberley in 7, Monica Davidson. Coventry goes in lane 8. Well, Aberley does not start in lane 7. I don't think Randy Kihui does either. So we have only got 6 athletes. Call to their marks then. Seven athletes: Murdoch, Myers, Kihuyu, Joseph, Fagan, Astill. Lane 7 is empty, and Davidson goes in lane 8. Heat 1 of the under-17 women's 300 metres. Well, keep an eye out for Jessica Astill from lane 6. Huge gap between her and Davidson because of the empty lane in 7 outside of her, and she's already trying to close down on that somewhat as well. Nandi Kihuyu from Hampshire Harriers, she's got a best of 39.38 and already storming into the lead, and as they come into the home straight it will be Kihuyu from Astill, and Kihuyu already beginning to push things. Davidson on the outside might be in the mix for that third automatic qualifying spot, but it's all about Nandi Kihuyu coming through strongly though. Jessica Astill, it's going to be tight on the line. 39.94. Not much to choose between them. Difficult to see who got third as well. Might have to wait for the photo finish to see who gets that non-automatic qualifying spot. Well, a race of two halves really. Astill storming back in the final 50 metres. Nandi Kihuyu looked very strong in the opening part as well, and it looked as if it was Favour Joseph that came through for the third automatic qualifying spot. We'll have to wait and see who can qualify on time after this second under-17 women's 300 metre heat in just a few minutes' time. Final round of the discus, one of the final throws. Let's see if they can get better grip this time. Well, that's a foul, it's hit the net. Unfortunately, got a better connection with it, just timing's off, and if you had the first 5 rounds which have been interrupted with a wet, greasy circle and a greasy discus, it's difficult to get your timing and connection with it right.
back from Glasgow Schools.
Well, for now, in Manchester at Sports City, the rain has temporarily stopped. It's a bit cool today as well. Only 14 degrees. It does look like we may get a bit more rain today. But for now, it's the second heat of the Under-17 women's 300 metres. Grace Pritchard goes in 2, Rebecca Grieve in 3, Lucy Poole in 4, Etty Sison, Sophia Vidak, Ella Winterlin, Neve Woodward. We might have a couple of empty lanes again on my list. Ella Winterlin, Neve Woodward do not start, but we will bring you that race in just a few moments' time. Well, Wintle and Woodward do not start in lanes 7 and 8, so there is only 5 athletes going for the 3 automatic qualifying spots in this second heat of the Under-17 women's 300 metres. Pritchard in 2, Grieve in 3, Poole in 4, Sison in 5, Vida in 6, and Etty Sison from Charnwood, number 364, second in from the left, got a best of 38.79 seconds. She is the UK lead this year by almost half a second. In the second heat of the Under-17 women's 300 metres, and well, Rebecca Grieve from 3, absolutely storming from the inside, already gone past Poole inside of her. Etty Sison in 5, strong at the moment as they come into the home straight. She has a lead, but it is Poole in the mix at the moment. Sison begins to turn the screws, shows her quality, her extra speed, that 38-second best of hers coming to the fore now. Good run on the inside from Rebecca Grieve. Just being closed by Sophia Vidak as well. 39.01. Well, that is very, very quick. It looked quick from Rebecca Grieve as well. She's got a best of 39.60, and I don't think she'd have been far off a personal best here in that heat. So good opener, a good heat, and we will see Sison, Grieve and Vidak in the final tomorrow. Sophia Vidak just on the outside there. Well, she can't have been half a second off Etty Sison at the front, and her best is 40.54 seconds. So we shall see the results as and when we get them. Well, that concludes our 300 metre heats. We'll move to the one lap edition with the Under-17 men's in just a few minutes' time.
Also, I know that we have an incorrect rule on the 5th throw in the men's under-17 discus leader, down then from a bottom lap in fact 3:45:87 to not 46:87. Apologies.
So the senior athletes will start to put their blocks down for the first two U17 men's 400 metre heats. When we get underway, in lane 2 will be Nathan Furler from Blackheath and Berry Harriers. In lane 3, Matthew Marble from Decorrington. In lane 4, Colin McKenzie from Cumberdale AC. Calvin Smith, there's a name for Colin meeting runner, from Shaftesbury Barnet Harriers in lane 5. Lane 6, Alistair Walls, Vale for AC. Lane 7, Reece Bennett from Leamington Cycle and Athletics Club. And at the start versus Joe Burgess from City North AC. If he's here, he'll go in lane 8. To bring you a result a little bit earlier, it's the second of two of the 15 girls 300 metre heats. The winner was for Callie Downey from Benedict Mcguire Traffic Academy with a time of 40.81. Second place was Casey Musgrove from Hampton Harriers, Sheffield, 41.61. Third was Annie Shepherd from Cardiff Athletics in 42.43. And in fourth place in that race was Lizzie Garner from Marshall to Milton Keynes with a time of 42.87. Short time to just bring you the results of the first U17 women's 300 metre heat. That was a win for Nandi Hewitt from Hampshire Harriers in 39.93. Second place was Jessica Steele from Junior North Heart in 39.98. Third, Chelsea Fagan from SAC 41.08. Fourth, Alison Murdoch, Aberdeen 41.41. Fifth, Erica Davidson, Coventry Driver, 41.59. Toby Joseph from South Harriers Manchester 6 in 41.92. And in seventh was Mia Myers from Notts AC with a time of 32.70. Very quickly, before the 400 metre race begins, the second heat of the U17 women's 300 metres was won by Etty Sisson from Charles AC with a time of 39.00. Second was Sophia Vida from Falkirk Victoria Harriers, 39.31. Rebecca Green from Truby, 39.39 and third. Fourth, Rose Pritchard from Women's District Harriers, 40.23. And in fifth place in that race, the Music Fulham Domestic Harriers with a time of 41.50.
Well, the first of two under-17 men's 400 metre heats then, progressing from the 300s. Be interesting to see how the wind conditions affect these guys. First heat. Well, in 2 we have Nathan Furler. 3, Matthew Marvin, Callum McKenzie outside of him. The UK #1 English schools champion here, Calvin Smith, the Shaftesbury Barnet Harrier, he goes in 5. 48.63 second personal best set this year. Alistair Walls goes in 6. And on the outside, Reece Bennett from Leamington. Oh, you got Nathan Furler and Matt Marvin just having a bit of a chat on the inside there. I wonder what they could be talking about so close to the start. It's a bit cool out there. 14 degrees is not great in the competition. Bit of a warm up in the under-17 women's shot put. Just going through the early stages. It can be difficult for them to keep warm out there in between attempts. It's not raining and the wind is still blowing though, so it makes it difficult for these guys and girls. But 2 heats of the under-17 men's 400 metres. They have the final tomorrow. It's the first 3 and the next 2 fastest that will qualify for that final. Calvin Smith, perhaps the overall favourite. He's on That's a second faster than the next fastest athlete in the field this weekend. Well, here he is, Calvin Smith. Looking pretty relaxed. Won the English schools here in 49.43 seconds. Not quite sure what the hold is, to be honest with you. Alistair Walls rather, just having a bit of a run out, stretching the legs. You don't want to be waiting this long before your race. The legs just tighten up a bit. Unfortunately it's not raining, it would make it even worse, but you know, in a race like this, somebody like Calvin Smith really does just need to take it out, get to pace early on, hold it down the back straight, assess where he is coming into the home straight, and if he wants to ease off, do it late. Don't try and take it easy from the start. It's much harder to do, much harder to pick up pace if somebody's having a late charge for you. But realistically on times, there's only Callum Mackenzie and Matthew Marvin inside of him that have ran under 51 seconds, so it should realistically be a comfortable run for Calvin Smith. How fast is he going to go here? 50 points should really find his way through to the final, but there's always that lane draw to keep an eye out for as well. Finally to the box then. Heat 1 of the Under-17 men's 400 metres. Furler, Marvin, Mackenzie, Smith, Walls and Bennett. Cleanly away, finally away. Mackenzie in 4, already trying to go with the pace set by Calvin Smith, and Calvin Smith in those black and white stripes of Shaftesbury Barnet. You can't miss him in the middle, closing the gap now on Alistair Walls from Aylesbury outside of him. Fast start from Mackenzie as he's starting to settle into his running now, and on the inside Nathan Furler having a very good run, the Blackheath and Bromley athlete. They might be abreast here as they come into the home straight. There's not too much to choose between them, but it is Calvin Smith, the fastest man in the UK this year for this age group, starts to grit his teeth and pump those arms, pull away from the rest of the field, and the next two fastest athletes, Marvin and Mackenzie, coming through 50.61, almost 2 seconds down off his personal best. Comfortable win in the end. He's worth a lot more. You'll see a lot more from him. But it is those three, Calvin Smith, Matthew Marvin and Callum Mackenzie, the top three. Coming through in 7 was Reese Bennett, who might have found his way into the final. You'll have to wait and see from that second heat how fast they go, but Calvin Smith, a bit out of breath, but not too difficult for a man of his speed. He'll be looking to wrap things up tomorrow.
So the athletes in Heat 2 of this Under-17 men's 400 metres start to put their box in. Time points, Jack Littman in lane 2 from Oxford City AC. Tom Gort from the Crossing String, Trim will go in lane 3. Benson Fair will go in lane 4 with Harris Harris. Ray Pearson from Lewis AC is on the start line for lane 5. Lane 6, Sean Collins, Ray Harris. And lane 7, Casper Matisiak and Tipton Harris.
This has concluded the winner of the men's 38 category, Michael Jenkins from Cambridge area, through 46 metres 52. And the winner of the men's 20 category, shortly represented by Adrian from Cornwall AC, from 37 metres and 30 centimetres.
Beautiful, but have some.
T2, 2017 men's 400 metres, Lippman, Gorms, Sinclair, Collins, and Matisia.
Well, Heat 2 of the under-17 men's 400 metres. 5 athletes in this lineup. Ben Sinclair, the 4th in the UK this year, the Manx Harrier, does not start. So the mantle for the favourite for this falls to Tom Gaunt, De Corman Tring. He goes in lane 3. Number 598. Jack Lippman on the inside from Oxford then. Tom Gaunt in 3. Nobody in 4. Rowan Pearson of Lewes in 5. Sean Collins in 6. And Casper Matasiak of Tipton on the outside. Well, no messing about for this second heat. Quickly into the box and quickly away. And already Tom Gaunt's flying down the back straight. He's gone past Rowan Pearson with ease and already cruising towards Sean Collins, the Stockport Harrier, the local lad outside of him. Difficult to know who's going to make those 2 other automatic qualifying spots. Well, realistically, all in this heat could qualify. At the moment, it's Tom Gaunt and Casper Matasiak on the outside who are really in the mix. The Tipton Harrier trying to stay in contention for that 3rd spot. A little look over the right shoulder, a little look over the left for Tom Gaunt. He's got this in the bag. The Tipton Harrier on the outside, Matasiak coming through strongly. 51.16. The win for Tom Gaunt. Very much a comfortable run for him. Looked composed. Just how much can he push Calvin Smith tomorrow? And on the inside, it was Jack Lippman that got that 3rd automatic qualifying spot for the Oxford City athlete. A good run from blind for Casper Matasiak.
So we can already bring you the
And Rowan Pearson, the Lewes athlete in the middle there, will just have to wait and see whether he's done enough to qualify on time.
Calvin Smith from Shaftesbury Barnet Harriers at the time of 50.60. Second place was Matthew Marvin from Recording Tring.
Well, next up on the track then,
Third was Callum Kenty from Cumbernauld.
we have the under-15 girls 800 metre heats. A bit of a pause before the first heat of the under-17 men's 400 has left us a little bit behind schedule. We should have been going with 12.25 for that one, but the girls are going to be out on track in very, very short time. We'll bring you the lineup for that in just a few seconds.
So you can see the 2015 girls 800 metre winners assembling towards the start line. There will be 3 heats there, first 2 each race with 2 time qualifiers to tomorrow's final. We've got lane 3, Dora Championship District, lane 4, Leo Walker, Will AC, lane 5, Lyle Irwin, Robert Priory, lane 6, Gavin Bilby from Chelmsford, and lane 7, Alice Lazenberg from Worcester AC.
Well, 3 heats in the under-15 girls 800 metres then. Top 2 and next 2 fastest qualify for the final tomorrow. Only 5 athletes going in this race. Laura Chance, Mia Walker, Lila Unwin, Gabby Bilby and Alice Lazenbury. Fastest in this lineup, Unwin and Bilby. And already we've seen them come to the front here. Be surprised if it's quicker than 2:20. Suspect it will be a bit pedestrian, but they've gone out at a good pace here. Well, we could see all 5 of, well, 4 out of the 5 really qualify for the final tomorrow. Unwin, the Reigate Priory AC athlete at the front in that red strip, number 392. A little look over her shoulder, just acknowledging to Gabby Bilby that she is there. They are leading and they have stretched out to 5 metres in front. Well, realistically they are a few seconds faster than the next athlete. That's Laura Chance of Yeaton District, a 2:17 athlete at best. She's sitting in there at the moment. But good confidence here from Lila Unwin at the front in the red strip. She's opened up a 3 metre gap now in front of Bilby, and these two will qualify, I'm sure, bar any accident really. Bilby looking very comfortable in second, doesn't really want to exert herself too much. It's not horrendously windy here, but it always picks up around the bend. You don't realise it until you're out on the track at Sports City. And it is Unwin leading from Bilby. Bilby just closing the gap slightly. Look on the inside for Lila Unwin. She doesn't need to push it, she can just shut it down. But look at Worcester's Lazenbury charging back. Lazenbury with a real late surge, and Unwin looks on her inside and has a late charge, wants to make the top 2 automatic spots, and 2:19.88 just inside that 2:20 mark. A really great run from Alice Lazenbury, committed to the very end. She knew it was only the top 2, almost caught Lila Unwin napping.
U17 Men's Discus.
Love the commitment, that's what we like to see. Lazenbury won't have got one of the 2 automatic qualifying spots, but well, she'll be close, depends how fast they want to go in the next 2 heats. She'll have to a nervous wait for the next 10 minutes or so.
And our champion with the best throw, 36.25 metres from Blackheath and Bromley, Brian Duncan. And our next medal presentation, this time the Untitled Men's Discus. Our silver medalist from Cornwall AC, the best throw of 37.30, Fabio Zampieri. And the gold medalist with the best throw of 36.52 metres from Pembrokeshire Harriers, Michael Jenkins.
Heat 2 of the under-15 girls, 800 metres then. Saffron Mead, Anna Gisborne, Abigail Nicholson, Laura Turner and Robin Simmons. Well, keep an eye out perhaps for Gisborne, Nicholson from the athletes in lanes 4 and 5 as they come into the break, and already we're seeing an early charge from Anna Gisborne, the Bury athlete, 2:14 best. She's a couple of seconds quicker than the next fastest athlete in this heat. So realistically we should be seeing a comfortable run from her, but perhaps we can see maybe 2 other athletes from this qualify. Time qualify, they're probably going to have to get in that under 20 seconds or low 20-second region. Certainly a couple of athletes here that are capable of that. Nicholson, a 2:16 athlete, Turner, a 2:18 athlete, Robin Simmons, 2:19. But gliding to the halfway point then, 65.73. It's pretty quick. She's really gone after this one.
65.73 on the clock for Anna
Gisborne, she's run 2:13.51 this season. And the Bury athlete, not far from home really, is she, here at Sport City. She's taking this one out hard, 65 at the belt, still going strong down that back straight, looking composed. The UK best set by Phoebe Gill, St Albans athlete, 2:09.13. And it's a charging run really for Anna Gisborne. The field is very spread out at the moment. I think it's Abigail Nicholson who's sitting in second, the Notts AC athlete, but at the front 2:05, Anna Gisborne being clapped home down the home straight here. She's looking strong and full of running, not really easing off. She is some 30 or 40 metres ahead of the rest of the field. She's going to be briefly outside of her best, 2:15.55, only a couple of seconds off. Laura Turner, the Kettering Town Harrier, coming through for second, and Robin Simmons picking up third. I don't think at this stage Robin Simmons is any quicker than Alice Lazenbury was in that third spot in the first heat, so she will have a bit of a wait to see whether or not that is good enough to make the final tomorrow morning. But a compelling win really, confident win for Anna Gisborne. 2:15.55, 2 seconds off her best. It was a solo run, gun to tape, and we will see her in the final tomorrow.
Under 15 long jump has concluded. Both the shortest from distances. The winner of the competition, Joe Stone, in second place. Benjamin Carter in third place. Daniel Ellerday. Joe Stone heading up to Thomas AC. Benjamin Carter representing Aberdeen Valley, and Daniel Ellerday, Marshall Milton.
Heat 3 of the under 15 girls, 800 metres then. Only 5 athletes in this as per the first 2 heats. Keep an eye out for Shakira King. She goes in 4 here. Number 255. She's second in the UK this year. So the lineup: Nia Harrison Sargent, Shakira King, Summer Chapman, Caitlin McCloy, Peyton Carter. Shakira King, as you would expect for an athlete that's ran 2:11.23, storming to the front. She's a good 4 or 5 seconds faster than the next athlete in this lineup, and she's come through in about 32 seconds at 200 metres, which is pretty nifty for a 2:11 athlete. set a best of 4:30 to win the English Schools 1500 metre title here. Got a lot of potential over the middle distance. Still only first year under 15, so she'll have another crack at this title next year if she chooses. Diminutive figure, but confident as she comes through the bell in 66.6 seconds. The chasing pack, all four of them there, just being led out by Summer Chapman, the Windsor athlete. On the outside, Oxford City's Peyton Carter just beginning to have a bit of a charge now. Remember, the top two have automatic qualifying spots. There are two non-automatic qualifiers that will go through based on time for the final tomorrow morning. So not much to say about this race really. It's all about Shakira King at the front. 1:42 through at 600, so slowing slightly, but she's keeping her rhythm, just ticking over nicely. Looks smooth as she turns her gaze towards the home straight and the finish line and the clock, and the battle is on for second though, and at the minute the Windsor's Summer Chapman leading. She's been chased down, she's having to really fight for this. Harrison Sargent coming through, the Halifax Harrier battling hard at the front. It's all about King, and it's second for Nia Harrison Sargent, 2:15.70, just a bit slower than that second heat, but a very comfortable win for Shakira King, doing the business, looking to add the 800 title to her 1500 metre English Schools title earlier this summer. Well, next up we have the under 15 boys 800 metres. Just getting confirmation that Nia Harrison Sargent came through for second there. Tight on the line. Maybe we will see Chapman and McCloy pick up those two non-automatic qualifying spots. It's pretty quick and they weren't too far off the pace at the front, maybe around 2:18 for them. The action coming thick and fast, isn't it now? Two heats of the under 15 boys 800 metres. We are planning to cut to the field as and when we can, but it's trying to be sped up now with some of this track action, trying to catch up on some of the time we've lost due to a bit of rain and technical difficulties. So two heats, the first two, and the first three and the next two fastest rather, through to tomorrow morning's final. Matthew Noakes, Callum Lill, James McCallan, Reece Crawford, Kieran Trishankaranja and Nathaniel Rowe, the athletes in this one. And at the front, Hernhill Harriers sub 2 minute man, Kieran Triskandarara, leading this one through the first 300 metres comfortably at the front. Perhaps the favourite, who's around 1:58, goes in the second heat, but leading through the bell then, City of Stokes, Nathaniel Rowe. He's trying to pick the pace up. It was 63.99, so pretty comfortable for these guys. Certainly should be. And Rowe taking it out. Everyone else just sitting in single file behind him as they go down the back straight into the wind, fighting the breeze. No rain right now, but we may get some later on, who knows. 100% chance of rain for tomorrow, so they may as well enjoy this dry weather whilst they have it. Rowe at the front doing really well to keep the pace. Triskandarajah behind him. the fastest athlete in this heat. Has he got the speed to pull away and get back in front? Rowe just fading, looking over his shoulder. He's done well to keep the pace. It's the first three. Good tactics from Rowe. He's still trying to go. There's going to be four of them across the line. Who's going to get there? 2:06.43. Well, perhaps even Callum Lill from Basildon on the outside just getting the nod. It was tight. James McCallan as well. Nathaniel Rowe did the right job of trying to make it an honest race and took it on at 400 metres to go. He thought he might have been a bit clear, so had to dig deep with 20 metres to go. Kieran Sriskandaraja just showing his strength and extra speed on the line. So we'll have to wait and see, but I think perhaps Nathaniel Rowe getting run out of it. There was three of them that go through. McCallum will also have to see whether or not he's done enough. Remember, you can get all the results online as well. Check at England Athletic on Twitter for the results and the live results page as well. You can have a look at that. Very easy to navigate and find your way to it. Being updated once the results have been confirmed by our photo finish team here at Sports City. Second heat. Six athletes in this. Archie Pennicard from Herne Hill, Aaron Warburton of Oak Street, Jack Kinraid, the fastest in the field this weekend. Josh Dunn from Chichester, Kieran Fulton of Morphet, and Henry Dawes of Newport Harriers. And they are underway. 2:06 the time from the first heat then. They went through in around about 64 flat, didn't they? So we could see 5 of these 6 athletes qualify if they just make it a good pace. And Josh Dunn, Warburton will be trying to keep an eye out to see whether they can keep this a quick race. Kieran Fulton might need a personal best to qualify, but we will see. Looking comfortable at the front. Sitting in second, Kieran Fulton, the Morphet runner. Henry Dawes, the Newport Harrier, sitting at the front, leading this one through. Jack Kinraid just tucked in. 6:35 in the blue, and it's 62.58. It's a lot quicker than that first heat. And now Kinraid, the pick of the field, the Shrewsbury athlete, just going around the outside, turns the afterburners on and cruises to the front. The rest of the field trying to go with him here, just keeping controlled at the moment. The rest of the field behind him just trying to urge this pace on. They know that all 5 of them in picture there can qualify. It's going to be a challenge, but they're going to come through in around about 94. It's quick enough for all of them to go inside the winning time of the first heat. Jack Kinraid still leading the Shrewsbury Harrier. Just a look over his outside shoulder, the Chichester runner Josh Dunn in the mix as well. And Dunn just on the outside. Bit of a sprint finish from him. Kinraid just charging forward, stamping his authority, coming through for third. Henry Dawes, could see a couple of personal bests here, 2:04.99, and I think all of them at the front there, including Kieran Fulton that came through for fifth, will be going through to the final tomorrow. Very controlled, comfortable running. Remember, these are only under 15s, 14, 15-year-old athletes. And yeah, that was a very, very composed run from Jack Kinraid at the front. Well, next up on the track, it's the under-17 men, or the under... Where are we on the timetable? I've lost my marbles, all this cold weather. It's the Ambulance Men's 400 metre final. That comes up in a couple of minutes' time, so we'll be back with that very shortly.
with the best distance of 6.38 metres from Tonbridge, Joe Stone. And if Joe Mattis and Sam... Joe Mattis and Samuel Jones, if you could report. Please report to the presentation area.
Declared under 15 javelin at the end of the third round. The leader of the competition remains Aisha Jones and Marshall Nelson Keynes with 40-44. In second place, Martha Barrett of Bristol Fest, Southern Building Society, 38-34. And in third place at the moment, Darcy Yett, Brighton Cove, 37 metres for
Next event on the track is the 100 men 400 metres. This is a straight final. And it could very well be more of a time trial for Joe Mattis from Team Bath AC. He'll be the only athlete out there right now. So Joe Mattis, Team Bath AC in the 100 men 400 metres. Let's give you plenty of support. Mattis from Team Bath. Also the winner of our ambulance competition today. Really tough to look for everything. Efforts on your own, so let's see if we can bring them home. So unofficially a time of 56.32 for Joe Mattis from Team Bath. We can just bring you some results from the 15 girls and 800 metres. The first heat was won by Gabby Building from Chelmsford AC with a time of 2 minutes 19.87. Second place in that race was Lila Upman of Reigate Priory, 2:19.97. Third, that was Nathan from Worcester, 2:20.14. Fourth, Mia Walker from Wirral, 2:21.09, and fifth, Laura Chance from Yeaton District, 2:25.87. The second of those 800 metre girls from the 15 heats was won by Anna Gisborne from Bay AC at 2:15.54. Laura Turner from Epping Town, 2:20.53 in second. Third, Robin Simons from Gilbert and Bowman, 2:23.87. Fourth, Abigail Nicholson from Box AC, 2:25.44. Third, Saffron Lee from Stockwell Harriers, 2:27.59. The third and final
Under 17 women's shot put well underway now. Clear Agyapong, Blackheath and Bromley athlete, about to step into the circle.
2:18.07. Fourth, Summer Chapman from Windsor Star Eaton Hounslow, 2:18.23.
Into the third round there.
From Oxford City, 2:19.54.
Next up on the track, it's the under-15 girls 100-metre
We
heats.
have Samuel Joseph from Cornwall to the presentation.
Agyapong over 14 metres with that throw.
Our athletes are making their way
14 metres and 13 centimetres.
girls 100 metres. Heats going to be 3 heats in that event. First 2 in each race and 2-time qualifiers will make it to the final. Race later this afternoon.
And then the ladies, sorry, the girls under 15 gentlemen in the fourth round. Elsie Yelling have improved their distance to 39.20. Still in the competition, which Aisha Jones and her third round throw 40.44. And now in third place is Martha Barrett with 38 metres and 34.
Who's heat 1 now? Heat 1. Heat 1? Watches are ready for you. Heat 2, if you want to stand off the front, second set of hit boxes, please.
Well, first heat of the under-15 girls 100 metres then. Top 2 automatically qualify for the final, with the next 2 fastest through on time. The final later on today, a couple of hours time, 3:35 p.m, so stick with us if you're looking forward to those 100 metre finals which come up at the end of today. The lineup then: Isabel Moore from Rugby in Northampton, Thea Brown from Sale Harriers, Savannah Morgan of Northampton, Nana Quainu, well, she's on the start list, but just waiting to see whether or not she is actually down on the start line. Catherine Bell of Gateshead is in 6, Ella Woods of Birchfield in 7. Again, just waiting to confirm whether or not some of these athletes are actually on the start list. With Lily Watson, the Hartlepool AC athlete, in lane 8 on the outside of a 4:06, just setting up her blocks there.
I'm sure we'll welcome Joe back shortly for.
Well, we've already had some 100 metre heats earlier on. A bit wet condition, a lot drier now. Still breezy, and we'll have a nice tailwind on their backs. It's around about 1.6, 1.7 in the earlier heats today.
It was a really hard solo run. So our ambulance 400 metre final today.
It's not the optimum conditions really for sprinting. It's a bit cool, 14, 15 degrees. There is a tailwind which sort of, I'm sure they prefer that, but it's sprinters are a bit soft, aren't they? They don't like cold conditions. Not ideal, but we've seen some good times already in the heats earlier on in the under-17s, and perhaps some promising signs if the temperature can just pick up and it stays a bit dry later on. We shall see. Well, there is no Nana Quainu of Hillingdon in lane 5. She's the UK number 2, so she does not start. Perhaps opens things up just a little bit for this weekend. There's no real standout favourite. The UK number 1, and Orla Mans, is not here either in Manchester, so maybe the third ranked athlete, Now Desir, the Cardiff Archer, perhaps the favourite. She goes in heat 2. We'll be with that in just a few minutes' time. They are starting to find their way down from the indoor warm-up area, indoor track here at Sports City, and out of the call room. Only 5 athletes then called to their blocks for their first race of the day. The under 15 girls 100 metres, heat 1. Thea Brown goes in 3, Savannah Morgan in 4, Catherine Bell in 6, Ella Woods in 7, Lily Watson in 8. Out cleanly on the inside, Thea Brown having a good run. She's just edging away from Morgan, and it's going to be Thea Brown who takes the win. 12.30 seconds. Well, that is a good run indeed. Comfortable win in the end. Edging away from Savannah Morgan, the Northampton athlete, but 12.30 seconds. We'll have a look at the win reading as and when we can get that information to you. Remember, you can get all the results online, the live results link. That's a very promising start, and perhaps Thea Brown, the Sale Harrier, has just put her hand up, a name in pencil for the final later on. Potential medal contender with that 12.30 second result.
We'll shortly have our second U15 girls 100 metre heat. Evie Schofield, the track AC, will go in lane 2. Emily Lucas from Aldershot Farm District in lane 3.
Well, heat 2 already setting up their blocks then.
Nell Desir in lane 5 from Cardiff Archers AC. Lily Wilkinson from Live Running Club in
We've already got
6.
Thea Brown and Savannah Morgan
from Parks Phoenix in 7.
down for the final later on.
Norwich AC in
Only 2 automatic qualifying spots.
Current position of the women's ambulance shot, Amy Thompson with a throw in the first round of 6 metres 12, and leading the under 17 women's shot with a throw of 15 metres 13, Cleo Aguibon.
Well, the lineup for this second heat of the under 15 girls 100 metres. On the inside, Evie Schofield from Trafford AC. Outside her, the Aldershot athlete Emily Lucas in 3. Queen Yvette Nguta from Preston goes in 4. Now Desir, maybe the favourite, the Cardiff Archer, in 5. Millie Wilkinson from Blythe in 6. Tiana Rizzo in 7. And Chloe Thorne in lane 8. And keep an eye out for Lucas and Nguta and Desir. 3 athletes in lanes 3, 4 and 5. Remember, it's the top 2 and the next 2 fastest that qualify for the final at 3:35 today. 12:30 the winning time from the first heat. And they are cleanly away, and Nguta gets a good start inside of her. Lucas going well, but here comes the strength and power of Now Desir. Now Desir storming away with this one. 12.12. Well, that is a new lifetime best for Now Desir. Well, we will try and wrap up those times for you. It was a close battle, wasn't it, between Lucas and Nguta for that second automatic qualifying spot. It was a lot faster than the first heat. I'll try and get the replay for you.
We're able to bring you the result of the second of the U17 men's 400 metre heats. That was a win for Tom Gorge from the Corrigan Trink in a time of 51.15 seconds. Casper Tisiak from Tips and Harriers the second, 51.
Well, one more heat to go then in this under 15 girls 100 metres. Well, we thought Thea Brown looked very good in the first heat. Now Desir doing the business and putting her hand up for a medal early on here with a lifetime best 12.12. The lineup there for you for this third heat: Grace Young, Amasarichi Moneke, Lily Bradley, Emily Owen, Indiana Marshall, Harriet Medlin. The lineup: Moneke and Bradley, the favourites, the fastest in this heat. Just have to wait and see if Moneke is on the start line. She's been crossed off my list, and I don't think she is running here. So Lily Bradley would be the favourite in the red and yellow from the city of Norwich. Lily Bradley, 12.32 personal best. 4th in the UK rankings this year. Bronze medal at the English schools here last month, 12.41 in the final. Grace Young in 2, Lily Bradley in 4, Emily Owen in 5, Indiana Marshall in 6, and Harriet Medlin in lane 7. Heat 3 of the under 15 girls 100 metres. Only 2 athletes automatically through. Oh, well, it's a bit of an alarming false start gun, really, isn't it? Electronic signals, and Lily Bradley there, well, she stepped out, hands up there, just can't quite, I don't think she can believe that. Just a bit of a nervous energy, really. Our first false start of the day. Wonder if she will get a yellow card, perhaps. Give her a second crack of it. Well, I think I've just heard the officials say green card. There you have it. Second chance for Lily Bradley. I mean, she's the fastest in this heat. 12.32, English schools bronze medalist on this track. She goes in lane 4. Once again then, Young in 2, Bradley in 4, Owen in 5, Marshall in 6, and Medlin in 7. Cleanly away this time on the inside. Young having a good run of it. Here comes Bradley through the middle, pumping her arms, trying to stay relaxed, coming through strongly. 12.39, I think it was Indiana Marshall of Woking that just got second. It was tight between her and Emily Owen, but a good run after a nervous first attempt for Lily Bradley. We'll see her and Indiana Marshall in the final later on. Emily Owen will have to wait and see whether she's done enough to qualify on time for the final. And that final, one of the final events of day 1 here at the England Athletics Under 15 and 17 Championships from Sports City. Well, next up then, straight back to the 100 metres. It's the under 15 boys heats.
Savannah Baldwin from the NCAC was second in 12.43. Catherine Bennett and Daisy Harries 12.57 in third. Ella Wood and Gertrude Harries 12.76 was in fourth. In fifth, Lily Watson and Mark with AC with 13.00 seconds.
Well, this is the lineup for the first heat of the under-15 boys 100 metres. 3 heats for this, and the top 2 and next 2 fastest qualify for the final. Well, if you're enjoying today's action, then England Athletics will be back here in just over a week's time for the Manchester International on Wednesday the 18th of August. We are glad to have it back here for 2021 after 12 months or 2 years off really. Plenty of international action. The GB junior and under 18 teams announced this week, as have the England team. You can check them out online. National Athletics League will be sending teams as well, so tickets are only £5 for adults and free for under 16s and over 65s. You can get your tickets online from England Athletics or the Manchester International website, www.manchester-international.co.uk. If you want to find out more, head to the England Athletics website, but we'd love to have you with us on Wednesday the 18th. Lineup for Heat 1 then. Robert Austin goes in 2, Troy Over in 3, Peter Ogbon 1 in 4, in 5, Ayomide Fatoki in 6, Aaron Tugwell in 7, Ramadan Noah and Kopchigidaiva Harrier. Heat 1 of the under 15 boys 100 metres. Well, they have been called back. Well, we had a false start and a green card in the 3rd heat of the under 15 girls. We had a clean set until just now. The officials on the track just trying to decide what's going to happen here. And it is a green card for all the athletes. Just a bit of nervous tension. Some of these younger athletes in the 100 metres. Second time of asking then. Austin, Over, Ogden 1, Fatoki, Tugwell and Noah. Heat 1 of the under 15 boys 100 metres. Cleanly away this time. Over gets a really good start in the middle, coming through the Marshall, Milton Keynes, Fatoki. Now on the outside is the Cardiff Archer, Tugwell, who's going to take this one. Tugwell, 11.15. Well, lead was constantly changing, but in the end, Aaron Tugwell, the Cardiff Archer, came through for the win, and he looks pretty happy with that, doesn't he?
So our bronze medalist in a time, the distance 38.34, Bristol and West, Martha Barrett.
Well, we'll bring you the results as and when we have them in the qualifiers, but absolutely Aaron Tugwell, the Cardiff Archer, taking the automatic spot, maybe inside his personal best as well. We'll have to wait and see with that one. It's cool, but we have got tailwinds here in Sports City, which does help indeed. This is the lineup for the second heat. Sam Jagrup, Matt Ajay, Joe Berry, Lewis Parsons, Dylan Williams and Kevin Matsukume. We have the UK leader. He goes in lane 3, Telly Wilson, 10.93, the only under 15 athlete in the UK this year under 11 seconds. So we'll keep an eye out for him very shortly. But Joe Berry, the Newport Harrier, in the middle. Wales bringing a lot of sprint talent here this weekend. Can Joe Berry get the win and find his way to the final?
So the lineup very quickly, this under 15 boys in meter heat 2, Samuel DeGroot from Hilden AC, Matthew J from Warwick Harriers, Joseph Berry, UK Harriers, Lewis Parsons, West Sheffield AC, and Kevin Matsukume from Derby AC.
Heat 2 then of the under 15 boys 100 metres. Samuel Jagroup in 2, Matt Ajay in 3, Joe Berry in 4, Lewis Parsons in 5, Dylan Williams in 6 and Kevin Matsukume in 7. 11.15 the time to win the first heat. Really good start by Joe Berry, the Newport Harrier. Inside of him though, Matt Ajay storming away with this, bouncing down the track. Berry looks over his shoulder. 11.12 from Matt Ajay, and that is going to be a new lifetime best. Well inside his 11.3 personal best, the Watford man. He looked fantastic, didn't he? Joe Berry just having a little look over his shoulder there, well ahead of the third placed athlete, Dylan Williams. But good start from the Watford man, Matt Ajay.
Victoria from AC will go in lane 7.
Well, our final heat of the 100 metres for today before we start moving towards the semi-finals. The under-17 women's semi-finals, 2 of them coming up just after this. Well, Connor Kelly of Hercules Wimbledon goes in lane 2. No athlete in lane 3, so it's Teddy Wilson in 4. The favourite, got to be the favourite, the only under 15 under 11 seconds this year. The English schools champion. He ran 10.9 twice on this track last month. He knows it well. Bit of a tailwind today, maybe more of the same. Outside him in 5, Rory Brogan. In 6, David Ellington. In 7, Vittorio Anna of Crawley. Going to have to be a bit of a mix-up between Brogan and Ellington for the second automatic qualifying spot. But here they go, Wilson, Teddy Wilson in the black strip of Be Fit Today Academy and storming away. That second half of the race is just electric. Look at him go, rocking over his shoulders, cruising down. 10.87, wow, that is very, very quick. Easy as you like for Teddy Wilson. Well, the championship best performance is from Cameron Little in 2013, 10.80 seconds. The UK best is 10.83, but Teddy Wilson is some talent, because that was fine sprinting. Look at him, 20 metres out there, looking over his shoulder, shut it down with more than 10 metres to go and put his foot on the brake. 10.87. A few gasps from the crowd here at Sports City, but well, we can't wait to see him in the final at 3:30. Tune back in for that. And we'll have to wait on the win for that 10.87, of course, but that moves him up just a few places into the 3rd all-time for this age group. Another few hundredths will see him go above Kese Oladoye, top of the UK under 15 all-time list. Might see it. Something, a bit of magic here later on. We shall wait and see, but good performance from him. Keep an eye out. Well, we just heard it's plus 2.3 metres per second for Teddy Wilson. If that can drop slightly and he goes all the way to the line, we could see something a bit faster, but we'll bring you that later on. Anyway, 2 semi-finals for the under 15 women's 100 metres up next, and they are making their way down the track as we speak.
With 14 metres safety, and in 3rd place was Megan Porterfield, Victoria Park City of Glasgow, 14 metres 38. And in the ambulance shot for women, Amy Thompson from Wigan District through 6 metres and 12.
Our next track event is the semi-final of the under-17 women's 100 metres. In lane 1, Clara Duncan from Chelmsford AC. In lane 2, Phoebe Clayton from Westwood AC. In lane 3, Trezeguet Taylor from Trafford. Fastest performance in the early round of 11.4. Phoebe Patrick from Norwich in lane 4. Faye Ingolesi from Viking in lane 5. Carys Thomas from Hewitt AC in lane 6. Harriet Cleaver, Catherine Towers in lane 7. And Jasmine Wilkins, Bedford County in lane 8.
Well, continuing the short sprint theme then, the first semi-final of the under-17 women's 100 metres. Cara Duncan goes in lane 1, Phoebe Clayton in 2, Trezeguet Taylor in 3, Evie Patrick in 4, Faith Atkin-Bilege in 5, Carys Thomas in 6, Harriet Cleaver in 7, and Jasmine Wilkins goes in lane 8. Our fastest through to this semi-final, Trezeguet Taylor 11.94 in the heats. And Faith Akinbilege, Blackheath and Bromley was 12.04. So keep an eye out for those two in lanes 3 and 5. They are underway, and Trezeguet Taylor gets off to an absolute belter of a start, but look at Akinbilege go now. It's Trezeguet Taylor leading, just Akinbilege now striding through. Can she get there? 11.70 on the clock. Well, the windsock was absolutely blowing on the infield, so that time probably wind assisted. We will try and confirm that for you very quickly, but a good run. Look at them go here. Akinbilege just beginning to close the gap. Trezeguet Taylor reaching for the line. I think it was Trezeguet Taylor that got there in the end. Evie Patrick, I think, probably just got the third place. So we will see those three in the semi-final, or the final rather, at later on this afternoon. Try and bring you the wind reading on that. 11.70, wow, that would be huge personal best for both Trezeguet Taylor and Faith Akinbilege.
Shortly will be the second two.
Well, the second semi-final then. Emily Rankin, Shawana Williams, and Mwala Quay, Mahita Bella, Angelo, Renee Regis, Tyra Kambai Annan, Lucy Talon, and Annabelle Honey. Well, two athletes in this, Quay and Regis, both ran 11.99 in the heats earlier. Angela from Leeds City, well, she goes in 4 and was the next fastest in this semi-final in heat 1. 12.18. The Leeds City athlete had a good run from the outside. What can she do in the mix in the middle this time? There she is. Mahita Bell, Angela from Leeds City in that blue strip in the middle. Once again then, Emily Rankin in 2, Shawana Williams in 3, Emanuela Quay in 3, Mahita Bell, Angela in 4, Renee Regis in 5, Tyra Kambai Annan in 6, Lucy Talon in 7, and Honey goes in lane 8. Cleanly away, good start on the inside from Rankin. The Enfield Quay beginning to pull through, but 2 lanes outside of her. Renee Regis in the leggings is going to come through and take this. 11.85 on the clock, just outside her lifetime best. Again, we've got a nice tailwind in the home straight here, and it's the 2 Enfield athletes that take the top 2 spots. We'll have to wait and see who it was on the photo finish who got that 3rd automatic qualifying spot.
The result of the men's M17 triple jump. The reverse ball, that's first place, Just was backward, Angela Harris, 13.58, second place, Conrad Sylvia Morris, 13.93, and in third place, Daniel Kapulweka, Masters Harris, 14 meters.
up the U17 Men's 100 metres semi-finals. Like the running before them, 33 minutes race, 2 times failed by every line of final. And as the athletes brought up, the start list for the first 2 semi-finals. So Matthew Spence forward, he's got the line, on line 1. Now Hewitt from the U16 with Owen in lane 2. Cristiano Thomas Brown from Untitled with Owen in lane 3. He was fastest qualified at the semi-final with 10.3 a bit earlier. Benedict Mcguire which carries forward with Owen in 4. And then bringing those 17 minutes. So Yaka with Hewitt Wimbledon. And then on 5, Harold Charles from London in lane 6. George Robertson from Scotland in lane 7. And Ron Foss from Steeple with Owen. That's the first 2 U17 Men semi-finals due on short.
Well, Cristiano Thomas Riley there, the English schools champion. 10.93 in the heat, looked very, very good, didn't he? Just a 100th outside his lifetime best set earlier this year. He goes in lane 3 in this first of 2 semi-finals. I don't think we've really got anyone who's going to get near Joel Pascal Menzies' wind-assisted championship best performance of 10.39 seconds. That was set 2 years ago. Didn't have this championship in 2020, of course, due to COVID-19. Well, the lineup for this first semi-final then. Necky Spence forward in 1, Ryan Hewitt in 2, Cristiano Thomas Riley in 3, Dante Legister looked very good as well, 10.98 in 4, Freddie Arkle in 5, Beryl Charles in 6, George Warburton in 7, and Rory Voss goes in lane 8. The 2 athletes to keep an eye out for then, Thomas Riley in the red and yellow Coventry Godiva in 3, Dante Legister in the blue Cambridge Harriers. He goes in lane 4. So the 2 athletes to keep an eye out for then in this first semi-final. Spence, Ford, Hewitt, Thomas Riley, Legister, Arkle, Charles and Warburton, Voss on the outside. Semi-final 1 of the Under-17 men's 100 metres. Cleanly away, really good start from Arkle. It's Leicester who's pulling away. Rusciano, Thomas Riley coming back into it, and it looks like Thomas Riley's going to get there. 10:82 on the clock. Well, very, very quick. We'll have to wait and see on the wind reading. We've had a couple of over plus 2 metre per second. It was a good run. He left it late. But Rusciano, Thomas Riley came back at Dante Leicester. Leicester the faster on paper, but look at the commitment at the end from the young Coventry Godiva athlete to get him on the line. And third was Freddie Arkle, the Hercules Wimbledon athlete. He won't have been far off a sub-11 clocking. We have to wait and see what the wind is saying. But excellent run from Rusciano, Thomas Riley. What can Callum Webb and Dean Patterson do in the next semi-final?
And our champion, with a best throw of 15.13 metres from Blackheath and Bromley, Cleo Aguipar.
Well, just to confirm a couple of results from the Under-17 women's semi-finals. Trezeguet Taylor was 11.69 seconds, but the wind plus 4.4 metres per second. Faith Akinbeleje behind her, 11.72. Teddy Wilson's 10.87 was with a plus 2.3 metre per second wind. So Rusciano, Thomas Riley will be delighted to see a 10.82 on the clock, but might have just been over the allowable limit. The windsock is blazing horizontally here in the infield at Sports City. Well, the second Under-17 men's 100 metres semi-final. Conor McCarthy goes in 1, Morgan Corcoran in 2, Mitch Oteo in 3, Callum Webb in 4, Dean Patterson in 5, Fabian Powell of Corby in 6, Adam Islam Madu in 7, and Ryan Amisemeku in lane 8. Well, Callum Webb, Cardiff Archer in 4, looked very, very good in the heat earlier on, as did Dean Patterson. Mitch Oteo in 3 got his first sub-11 clocking as well. He goes in lane 3, so it's the athletes in 3, 4 and 5 to keep an eye out for. Top 3 go through automatically. The next 2 fastest will go through. Semi-final 2 of the Under-17 men's 100 metres. Well, cleanly away, and Webb storming away, but look at Teo, he's trying to get back in the yellow strip, and Teo beginning to pull away. Patterson might just have an edge here, and Patterson's going to take this. 10.74 on the clock. Mitch Oteo having a great day, the Cornwall athlete. Callum Webb.
We'll move quickly to our next medal presentation.
Well, the windsock is absolutely blazing here. If that is not over plus 2 metres per second, I'd be very, very surprised. But what a great run from Dean Patterson from the Glasgow School of Sport, storming through. Mitch Oteo getting second, and Callum Webb just being run out for third. but a great run from Dean Patterson. 10.74, windy or not, he still had to do it, didn't he? The last 3 or 4 races have all been most likely illegal wins, so we will bring you the results of this race as and when we have it, but we will see a good battle between Dean Patterson and Rusciano Thomas Riley in the final a little bit later on. Next up on the track then, it's the under-17 men's 800 metre heats. They go in just a few minutes' time.
We can see the men's U17 men 800 metre athletes warming up. Got their way around the track to clear. We've got 3 heats in this 800 metres. Again, first 2 of each of these races and 2-time qualifiers will make it to tomorrow's final. We've got top 10 heats, we're going to go in 2 shortly from Hartlepool AC. Ben Stevenson from Derby AC will go around 3. We've got Rowan Watson, we've got Bartlett from D-Side AAC. Christian Green, lane 5, Humphrey Harris. Ty Crawford in lane D, lane 6, and Owen Benson in lane 7 and Chiltern Harris. First 2 to qualify.
The under-17 men's 800 metre heats, and we've got 3 heats. First 2 fastest will qualify through to the final tomorrow morning. Only 5 athletes going in this: Scott Temple, Ben Stevenson, Christian Green, Kai Crawford and Oakley Denson. Well, fastest in the lineup here then, Kai Crawford, the Aberdeen athlete, and he's already seen a couple of heats in the 800 metres earlier on in the 17 men's edition up now, and not great conditions really for middle distance running. They'll be running into almost a -4 metre per second wind down that back straight. They will have it behind them now as they come into the home straight, and at the front it's Kai Crawford, the Aberdeen athlete. 1:53.51 PB this year, set in Loughborough at the Loughborough BMC Grand Prix as they come through the bell in 59.80. It's pretty pedestrian, to be honest, for these guys. Very comfortable, and Crawford now begins to turn the screw as they head towards the back straight. the lead opening up, and look at him stretch out that lead. Looking strong and comfortable, sitting in at second. Christian Green, the Holmfirth athlete, has also got a 1:53 to his name this year. Trying to hold on for that second automatic qualifying spot. Around the outside now, though, is the Derby athlete Ben Stevenson. Look at Ben Stevenson trying to push now on the shoulder of Christian Green in second. That battle for the next automatic qualifying spot really on Derby's. Stevenson having a great run here at the front. It's all about Crawford looking cool, looking comfortable, holding on for second. It's going to be Christian Green. He's just done enough. 1:57.23 for the win. Unfortunate ending there for Ben Stevenson, the Derby athlete, literally crossing the line and pulled his hamstring and looked very uncomfortable holding that. We'll have to wait and see if he's fast enough, but I'm not quite sure whether or not he's going to be able to. Just look here as he crosses the line, immediately goes to pull his hamstring and hold on to his hamstring rather. 1:57.23 the time on the clock though for Kai Crawford. Christian Green, the second automatic qualifier, and the action is thick and fast.
So the next heat is 800 metres for the U17 men. We've got Dan Galloway from Telford AC going in lane 3. Elliot Savage from St Harry's Manchester will go in lane 4. Miles Waterworth in lane 5 from right.
This is the second heat of the under-17 men's 800 metres. Don't believe Harry Wilson on the inside starts, so Dan Galloway of Telford goes in lane 3, Elliot Savage in 4, Miles Waterworth in 5, Tom Denning in 6, and George Thomas of North Devon going in lane 7. So 5 athletes in this. Elliot Savage, the UK number 2, 1:52.64, his personal best set this year. Well, keep an eye out for Savage in the green of Sale Harriers, and as you might expect, he's already found his way to the front and just stretching his legs out. Tom Denning of Radley just sitting in there in second, 7:59. That's George Thomas from North Devon, and 28 seconds through 200 is very comfortable for very comfortable for Elliot Savage into a strong headwind down the back straight. Not easy, but at least it's not raining. It could just be the most horrendous conditions if it was. Savage though will be trying to set a marker down here. Remember, it's only the top 2 that will qualify by automatic right. 57.31, it's quicker than that pedestrian first heat, and maybe we can see a couple of time qualifiers coming from this one then. I believe there's only 4 athletes going in the third and final heat, so plenty to play for here. And look at Telford, Dan Galloway, 1:54 man. Look at him go now down that back straight. Look at him storming, trying to close that gap on Elliot Savage, just sending him a bit of a message. Come on, let's keep the pace good. Doesn't need to push too hard, does he really? They're going to qualify. They're 10 or 15 metres ahead now as they come around for 150 metres to go. He's at the front, Dan Galloway. Savage just begins to peel around on his shoulder. They are being chased fairly hard now by the athletes in behind. That's Tom Denning, and he's going to be just pipped here by George Thomas, but 1:57.11. Well, at the moment, Tom Denning and George Thomas will go through to the final as fastest losers, if you like, but a very comfortable run for Elliot Savage in the end. Probably wasn't expecting Dan Galloway to charge so much down the back straight, but fair play to Dan Galloway, the Telford man. Judged it very comfortably in the first 400, 500 metres, but a bit of a surge with 300 to go and just nudged himself in front.
Our next medal presentation triple jump. In third place, taking the bronze medal with the best jump of 13.58 metres, the Highgate Harriers, Otis Baker. Our third medalist with the best jump of 13.93 metres, the City of Norwich, Conrad Hunter. And with the best jump of 14.37 from Manchester Harriers, Daniel Akinwello. Well, we wait for this next 800 metres heat, and you bring you some results for the 15 boys metre metres from a little bit earlier on. The first race heat was won by Aaron Tidwell from Cardiff Archers AC with a time of 11.16. From Marshall Milton Keynes was second with 11.26.
Well, we still have one more heat of the under-17 men's 800 metres to go. The UK leader by a long, long way, really. Jake Minshall, the Coventry Godiva Harrier, goes in this. Matt Brunnock as well, the Hereford and County, will be in the mix. Zach Old will start in lane 6, and Dan Peters of Havering as well in this one. Yeah, just waiting for the third and final heat to come out, really. Not quite sure what the hold-up is, because everything for the last couple of hours has been thick and fast. Under 17 men's shot put there at the bottom of the track here in Manchester.
Samuel Jagroup from Hillingdon AC ran 12.0246.
Well, only really 2 hours left of competition. Let's just take you through the timetable for the rest of the day then. We have some under-17 women's 800 metre heats. 3 of them come up as our next event here in just less than 10 minutes time. After that, we've got a steeplechase straight final for the under-17 men. We then have the under-15 girls 1500 metres. Then the under-17 men's 1500 metres. The under-15 boys 3000, a couple of them as well. And then into the 100 metre finals from around about 20 past 3 today. So a variety of events in action for everyone here.
As the athletes prepare, lane 3 we have Zach Seagal from St Albans AC. Lane 4, Jake Mitchell from Coventry Godiva Harriers. Lane 5, Matthew Brunnock from Hereford and County. Lane 6 will be Zach Old from North Shields Poly.
Well,
Dan Peters from Havering.
he was crossed off on my list. We certainly have an athlete on my start list today, or on the track that is not on my start list. I'll try and work out who that is. Sometimes I get late changes in these events. So many athletes, different age groups. We've already seen athletes doing the field and the track as well, which is always great to see in younger athletes keeping it multi-eventing, and it certainly paid dividends to somebody like Karsten Vorholm, now Olympic world and champion and world record holder as well, decathlete in his younger years. And Jake Minshall here, the Coventry Godiva, likes a bit of his multi-events as well. Ran 151.06 this year. Well, we've got a Ryan Corrin on the inside. No Zach Siegel. So I line up them: Ryan Corrin of Manx Harriers, then Jake Minshall, Matthew Brunnock, Zach Oldman, Dan Peters, the 5 athletes going in this under-17 men's 800 metres. And realistically, this should be a pretty comfortable run for Jake Minshall, but you know, you never know. These young athletes often going to BMC with pacemakers and stuff like that. It makes it a bit of a different challenge when they come to a championship like this. You often see it at English schools, and they don't quite know how to deal with the tactics there. They take it out too hard, sometimes burn, and it's a good challenge, a young athlete going into a middle distance event like this in the heat. How do you manage it? Do you sit at the back and just burn it at the end? That can sometimes take a bit more energy, or do you just take it out, run a lot quicker than everyone else? Well, 1:57.1 is the time to beat from the second heat, so it's gone off a little bit slower than the first 2 heats, this one. Nobody really wanting to take it out. Minshall sitting in third at the moment. Corrin just nudging it at the front, number 562 there, the Manx Harrier. Behind him in the green strip, it's Matt Brunnock from Hereford in County, just those two. And Brunnock there, just a glance over his right shoulder, saying to Jake Minshall, when are you going to go? And it's painfully slow at the minute. It's almost too slow, difficult to run at this pace. We're going through in 68 seconds. It's ridiculously slow for all of these athletes. You know, we've got Dan Peters 1:57 personal best. I mean, he could jog that in his sleep. He probably goes through that twice in his 1500 metre best. So this is very comfortable. And now Jake Minshall, as they go down the back straight, gets to the front. Corrin sitting in second, and the minute Hereford's Brunnock still in the mix. Bit of a charge now for Corrin as he senses some pressure on his outside shoulder down that back straight. Minshall's got the speed as well, 49-second man over the 400 metres, and just trying to stretch this one out. Zach Old in the mix, and Zach Old is in second, looks over his inside shoulder. It's Brunnock who's in third at the moment. If they manage to get 4 from this heat, it would be a bit of a surprise from that slow 68-second first lap. Minshall, bit of pressure. Zach Old just pushing on his shoulder. What a finish as well from Brunnock, and we're going to be in for a bit of a turn up here. 2:06.31. Good challenge really from Zach Old. He left it a bit late, but big sprint finish from Hereford's Matt Brunnock. 2:06.31. I mean, their grandmas, granddads and uncles could probably run that. It's that slow for these guys, but Zach Old just being run out of it. Unfortunately left it too late really, and he won't make the final. Jake Minshall doing enough, and Matt Brunnock coming through after a very pedestrian first 500 metres, and it is Jake Minshall going through to the final as head and shoulders favourite really above everybody else. We keep the 800 metre middle distance theme going with the 3 heats in the under-17 women's event, and we'll bring that to you in just a second. Well, 5 athletes in heat 1 of 3 of the under-17 women's 800 metres. Evie Brooks and Lucy Scoffin on the inside, Katie Johnson, Louise Grenfell, Lauren Waddington. The 5 athletes in this, and Katie Johnson 2:41 in the white strip in the middle of the picture there, the Edinburgh athlete. The favourite really for this heat. She's well over 3 seconds faster than the rest of the field, just choosing to sit in lane 2 there. Not really sure what that's about, just didn't really want to cut anyone up, deciding to let somebody else take it on at the front, it seems. And you know, much like Jake Minshall, doesn't really want to do too much of the hard work unnecessarily really. And Lucy Scothern, Chester Street athlete, just at the front on the inside. Evie Brooks in third, the Lincoln Wellington athlete. Only the top two automatically through.
Go on, Louise. Go on, Katie. Go on, Louise.
Katie Johnson and Lucy Scudden, 69.8 at the bell. Well, they're almost faster than that third heat of the under-17 men's, weren't they? Weren't far off it at all. And now I think we're going to see a bit of a push down the back straight just to try and open this one up. And Lucy Scudden at the front, still working hard. It's pretty comfortable at the moment for Katie Johnson. It was only 69 through the first half. She's more than capable of doing that. And they've opened up an almost 10-metre lead now from the rest of the field. Louise Grenfell, the Hertz Phoenix athlete, just sitting in third, going to try and close that gap. Got a bit of work to do though as they come into the final 150 metres. Katie Johnson now at the front, controlling this as they come into the home straight. Lucy Scudden just behind her a few metres, and it's going to be Katie Johnson, the Edinburgh AC athlete, that takes this first under-17 women's heat very comfortably. 2:17.38, very comfortable. And in third, Louise Grenfell, the Hertz Phoenix athlete, some way down on her personal best, but you'd probably expect that at a championship heat when there's only 5 athletes. Not really a day, is it, in this wind and cold to be running personal best, but she will have to wait and see whether or not she can get through as a non-automatic qualifier.
Second place was Lucy Scudden.
Heat 2 then, already on the track, ready to go. Beth Hamilton goes in 2. Alice Bennett in 3. Holly Watson in 4. Emma Shipley in 5. Scarlett Livingston in 6. Mackenzie O'Day in lane 7. So perhaps Alice Bennett, the Kettering Town Harrier, the favourite, number 124. Keep an eye out for her in the red and white hooped vest. Just to the left of your picture, out of shot. She will just creep into it now as they walk towards the line. Well, 2:17.38 the time from the first heat. As they come into the break, and be interesting to see who gets to the front here. It looks as if it's going to be Holly Watson, the Chelmsford athlete. Got a best of 2:10, also probably the second fastest in this heat on paper. She's cracked open a 3 or 4 metre lead here, and just sitting in second, Alice Bennett and Emma Shipley, the Hallamshire Harrier, in the red on the outside. How fast do they want to make this? Can they get inside 2:17? I don't think really Holly Watson wants to sit and wait and try and find that out. She's almost 15 metres ahead of the rest of the field now, looking pretty comfortable, to be honest. It's cold as well. You want to try and run a bit harder to keep it going. 65.20, that's a good pace. She's running at just under sort of 2:12, 2:13ish pace here. We'll see whether or not she keeps this up, trying to make it comfortable for herself. She's got 20 metre lead now. She's head and shoulders above the rest. She could probably walk the last 50 metres and just about hold on for the win. In second, there's not too much to choose between them at the moment. Alice Bennett and Emma Shipley fighting it out. We might see a late surge as we come into the final 200 metres here. Well, at the front, it's all wrapped up. Alice Bennett, but Watson at the front, the Chelmsford athlete, and she's still pulling away, it seems, but the chase is on. Not too much to choose between them. Bennett and Shipley, and Bennett now begins to try and turn the screw. Is she going to be able to get there for second? Coming into the 4 now, it's Livingston. Livingston looks like she's left this one late, but she's going to come through and take the second automatic qualifying spot. Well, all 4 of those athletes are well inside the 2:17.38 set in that first heat. The win there for Chelmsford's Holly Watson, 2:14.29. Comfortable for her. She did the right thing, didn't she? Took it out and just relaxed coming through to the line. Well, we will wait and see whether or not Alice Bennett has done enough to get through as a non-automatic qualifier. Still one more heat in the under-17 women's 800 metres to go. Heat 2 already underway for this under-17 women's 800 metres. Beth Hamilton, Heat 3 rather. Katie Williams, Nicole McGovern, Iris Downs, Ava Lloyd, Poppy Elton, Annabelle Hedge. That's your lineup, and keep an eye out for Iris Downs, really 177 in the blue of Shrewsbury, 208 best this year and 4th in the UK rankings. Perhaps on paper what's certainly one of the favourites coming into this weekend's competition. She'll be looking to grab a medal this weekend, and she sits at the front along with Annabelle Hedge of St Albans at the moment. Tall figure of Annabelle Hedge from St Albans in the blue and yellow. It's all about the blue and yellows. Look at that blue on the inside with Shrewsbury is Iris Downs, and Annabelle Hedge just fighting this one really. It's 66.4. Well, it's not too bad, pretty quick, probably sort of on PB pace really for Annabelle Hedge. She's 2:14 at best, and will have to run inside her best perhaps to make this final. 2:14 was the winning time from that second heat, and here comes the class of Iris Downs down the back straight in the blue of Shrewsbury, just beginning to stretch this one out, and she's starting to move nicely. Worcester's very own Poppy Elton there at the 186 just on the outside. Shaftesbury's Nicole McGovern getting in the mix for second now. She's got a best of 2:10, just biding her time nicely, and they will try and sprint away coming into the final 100 metres here. Here they come. Iris Downs leading, looking to wrap this one up. It was great work from Annabelle Hedge making an honest race earlier on, but McGovern looking over her shoulder, checking she's in the clear. She is 2:13.55. The win then for Iris Downs of Shrewsbury. Nicole McGovern gets second. I think Annabelle Hedge of St Albans just getting edged out in the end for third, but she'll be close to her personal best. And a good run in those conditions, really nice and controlled. The fastest heat coming in the third heat here for the under-17 women's 800 metres, and they will be back at 11:30 tomorrow morning for the final.
From the women's under-17 100 metres semi-finals. This was from Heat 1. First was Trezeguet Taylor from Trafford AC in a qualifying time of 11.69. Second was Faith
Well, just to bring you a bit of an update on the under-17 men's semi-finals, where we said Rusciano Thomas Riley might have got a bit of a tailwind, but it was legal. 10.81 for him. Huge personal best, over a tenth for him, plus 1.3 metres per second. But in the next heat 2, Dean Patterson of Aberdeen, 10.74 was with a plus 4.0 metre per second wind, so he could be in for a real interesting final later on. And the qualifiers as well, Fabian Powell and Adam Islamedou, they get the non-automatic qualifying spots through to the final later on. So all the qualifiers ran 11 flat or under. Not often you get that at that under 17 level, but a bit of a tailwind, and that second one certainly helped. We will see them the last race of the day around 3:45 p.m. So keep tuning in here. Only really an hour and a half of competition to go. Next up on the track, it's the under-17 men's 1500 metre steeplechase straight final. Only a handful really of athletes going in this. I'll bring that for you in just a few minutes' time.
Result of the men's under-17 800 metre heats. Mitchell from Trentwood and Overhand in 2:06.73. Second place, Matthew Butler from Overhill County in 2:06.33. Third was Blackpool, North Julie Taylor, 2:06.55. Fourth was Ron Pollock, whose hours 2:07.24. And fifth was Dan Peters from HCC. In the time of 2:0.664. The state is usually going to be going off in a few minutes' time. It's a straight final. Lane 1, Bloomberg down with Windsor, Slough, Eton, Hounslow. Lane 2 will be Benedict Mcguire, Cyber, Oxley. 3 will be Ron Shearer from West HC. 4, Benedict Hall from Hull. Final result for the women's under-17 heats. The winner of Heat 1 was Katie Johnson from AC, 2:17.38. Second place, Lucy Slope from Chester Street, 2:18.73. and third was Benedict Mcguire of Hewitt. U17 1500 meters. Two choices there. Currently being led through by Luke Fireflight and Winslow Slough, Eagles Hounslow. With Benedict Mcguire starts on race speed. And Hewitt Steeple.
Well, a bit of an interesting start to this under-17 men's 1500 metre steeplechase final. Sounding like the recall gun went off, but the athletes didn't stop, and I think the clock actually started again. So it's a bit of a funny one. Luke Birdseye, though, Windsor Slough in the Hounslow, the English schools champion this year, set a new lifetime best of 4:26.24. He is well in front at the moment. Tucking in behind him, Benedict Mcguire from Southend-on-Sea, and Benedict Mcguire, incidentally, was second at the English schools this year. In third then, just somewhere behind Rowan Shearer from West Sussex. He was fourth and 4:46 at the English schools earlier this year. Well, good intent already, some 800 metres into this. We're over halfway now. Luke Birdseye, Windsor Slough and Hounslow, had a little look over his shoulder, as did Benedict Mcguire. Realistically, those two head and shoulders above the rest. Mcguire, since ran 4:31 earlier this year. It's only his third steeplechase ever. Third this year. So starting to find his feet in this event really still, and Birdseye still having a quick look on his inside just to see where he's got interesting hurdle technique as well. A bit of a high jump as well. See it at Olympic level. Some steeplechasers certainly lack the hurdling prowess, but it is something that they develop as they go on. And Mcguire now 20 metres back as they are in the final 400 metres here, comfortably in third. Rowan Shearer of West Sussex, West Suffolk rather. Ben Hall of Horwich Harriers running hard and perhaps with the best hurdling technique of them all, in fourth at the moment. Birdseye trying to make it an English schools England champs double, stutters quite a bit into the hurdle, loses a bit of time, but gets back up to speed pretty quickly as he comes round for his final water jump here at Sport City. Clears that nicely. He's a good 30 metres ahead of Benedict Mcguire, and Mcguire, well, both of them really just trying to chase for time. I think even Benedict Mcguire would have probably agreed that Birdseye just a bit too much pace for him at this point, and Birdseye comfortable, not even out of breath, not even sweating, and not a bad time. 4:31.57. He's your England under-17 steeplechase champion for 2021, and Benedict Mcguire just cantering over the line. Would have wanted a bit more on time, but he gets the silver medal, and coming through, Rowan Shearer of West Suffolk AC will get the bronze medal. One better than he did at the English schools this year, so I'm sure he'll be delighted with that. And last man over the line, Ben Hall from Horwich Harriers. Well, this is the lineup for the sort of remainder of the afternoon then. We just had our straight final in the 1500 metre steeplechase. We've got a couple of 1500 metre heats now for the under 15 girls and the under 17 men's. We then move back to some 3000 metre straight finals, and then it's the 100 metre finals all the way through. So the next hour then a bit of middle distance endurance action for you all. The under 15 girls 1500 metre heats coming up in just over 10 minutes time, but I suspect they might bring them out a bit early and get them underway a little bit sooner than planned, so we'll try and keep up to date with some of the field action as we can.
Second was Skeleton of Harry, 2:15:44. Third, that is Benedict Mcguire, Harry, 2:16:07. Emma Shipley, Harry, 2:16:77. Fifth was Kensley A. Day from the Olympiads, 2:20:01. Sixth, as Gale from Wales Road, 2:20:71. And seventh, Beth Hamilton from Mansfield, 2:66:21. The final meeting date is 2017 Mixes by Aaron Down from 30AC, the time 2:13.55. Second is Nicole Bridget from Jeffrey Bryan, 2:13.90. Annabelle Head from St. LCSC is third, 2:13.48. Poppy Elton from ECAC is fourth, 2:14.59. Ava Lloyd, District Harriers, 2:19.93. Sixth is Katie from City Specialist, 2:26.36. And also the official results of that recent U17 Men 1500 metres steeple time final. David Dealer with the first lap that runs this last lap and hands low the time of 4:41.56. Benedict Mcguire is second, South LC, I thought he scored 4:39.66. James Hewitt from West Suffolk, 42.279 for third. Benjamin Boyd, Gerald Harris was fourth with 5 minutes, 2:7.55. So we can give the medal presentations now for that from the 17 men's 1500 metres steeple race by. So we said a few moments ago, the bronze medalist from West Kent AC with a time of 4:52.79 was Rowan Shearer. The silver at the time of 4:39.66 from South LC, I thought he's called Benedict Mcguire. And this year's champion at a time of 4:31 seconds and 5 straight from Windsor, Steeple, Hounslow, Luke Birdseye.
We have some results in from the under-15. We have some results. We have. Yes, we have some results in from the under-15 girls. In third place with a throw of 43.48. For Phoebe Norbert from Townsville. In second place with a throw of 45.47 was Taz Harry from Benedict Mcguire. And in third place with a throw of 47.01, Eloise McDonald from Andover AC. In the boys 2015 hammer, In third place for the 36.59 was Hewitt In second place was Adam Barrett from the Discus for a throw of 36.93 and today's winner with a good throw of 46.5 metres. The three Dickinson from Swindon Hayes.
So our next event on the track is the U15 girls 1500 metres final. Lining up in the stretch, we've got George Lett there, from Subscribers, Evie Burton from Phoenix Harriers, Zoe Gilberry from Beaconsfield Valley, Daisy Rowe from Exeter Harriers, Scarlett Williams with Hampton and Thurston, Stella Murdoch from Stockwell Harriers, Rose Ashmore from Beaconsfield Valley, Jacqueline Heller from Crookham Willingsburg, Curtis Fraser from Bracknell AC, Eva Jar from Royal, Isla Bryce from Exeter Harriers, Imogen Strawberry from Beaconsfield Valley, Lilia Harris from Rotherham Harriers, Katie Pye from Aldershot Farnham District, Zara Jones from Darlington Harriers, Freya Woodhead in Clifford AAC.
Well, we are back with the under 15 girls 1500 metre straight final. Not really enough athletes, 16 to make it 2 heats in a final tomorrow, so it makes complete sense, but 16 athletes, it's going to be jam-packed really. Let's give you a run through of the names. All 16: Georgia Bell, Evie Burton, Zoe Gilbody, Daisy Rose, Scarlett Williams, Freya Murdoch, Rosie Ashmore, Jacqueline Heller, Kirsten Fraser, Eva Jar, Isla Bryson, Imogen Saunders, Lilia Harris, Katie Pye, Zara Jones and Freya Woodhead. The lineup for this one then. Well, it has just started drizzling a bit. I can't quite tell whether it's carrying on or stopped. We don't really know what to make of it today, but they are going to have 3 3/4 laps of displeasure in the wind and breeze and almost a gale for some of the 100 metres we've had earlier on. Well, they are underway. No recalls, no nothing like that, no funny guns or sounds, but they are underway. And they have taken it with quite a strong pace, and at the front it's Katie Pye, the Aldershot Farnham District athlete. She is leading at the moment in the first 150 metres, just trying to take it out, keep an honest race. She is first year under 15, so I'll have another crack at this in 2022, but 4:43 athlete at best. Just outside of her, Lilia Harris, the Rotherham athlete, currently sitting 5th in the UK rankings, the black strip of Rotherham, 4:35.49 best. And Freya Murdoch just marginally faster than Lilia Harris this year. She's 4th in the UK rankings, 4:35 again. Trying to make it a bit of an honest pace at the moment as they come through for the first 400 in around about 69 seconds, so it's not ridiculous, but it's not slow either. And that fast pace set by Katie Pye starting to fade back into third now. There's a bit of a gap approaching, and Imogen Saunders, 4:37 athlete from Beaconsfield Valley, just beginning to creep back into contention. It's all gone a bit quiet here at Sports City. We are approaching finals for the rest of the day. Put Freya Murdoch in the yellow, Lilia Harris in the black. Charging forward, well, they're almost coming up to the 800 point. A bit of a surge there, perhaps, from Freya Murdoch, the Stockport Harrier.
Freya Murdoch from
Sitting in third, Imogen Saunders at the moment, and just behind her by a couple of metres, Zoe Gilbody. She's a 4:36 athlete, so biding her time at the moment, letting them take it out, tire them out. Plenty of running left to do. Over halfway now. There is a substantial gap of at least 10 metres between Lelia Harris at second and in third, Zoe Gilbody, just beginning to get nudged into fourth now. Gilbody creeps up into third, 600 metres to go. It will start to wind up, but there is a lot of running left to do yet. They took it out early, they kept the pace honest, and at the front, Freya Murdoch charging forward. Lelia Harris in second. What has she got to give over the final 400 metres or so? 20 metres in front of the rest of the field. Zoe Gilbody trying to chase them down. Now Zoe Gilbody puts a bit of a surge in as the two front runners start to go at the bell. In fourth, I think she might just have to hold on for that now. Imogen Saunders, Gilbody really trying to charge them down. Has she got enough left in the legs? On paper she's a bit slower than the front runners, Murdoch and Harris. If Freya Murdoch can hold on to this, it will be a fantastic win for her, but she's going to be challenged all the way home in the final 250 metres by Lelia Harris. Gilbody, well, she had that bit of energy some 200 metres ago, but is just going to have to hold on now. I think she's not going to be able to chase down this 40 metre gap as they come into the final 200 metres. It's still Murdoch of Stockport from Harris of Rotherham. Murdoch in the yellow at the front. Harris just trailing by a metre or so. Can she get a nudge on the outside shoulder now? They're going to come into the home straight neck and neck. There's not too much to choose between them. Harris has been tailing her the whole way for the last 3 3/4 laps. They're coming into the home straight, and now Harris gets the edge. Harris coming through. She's just got the edge. Murdoch showing a bit of resurgence. Murdoch not letting her have it. She's going to come back, and Murdoch's going to take this. What a finish. 4:32.58. Huge lifetime best. Coming through for third then, Zoe Gilbody. Well, what a finish that was. Lelia Harris is on the floor. She worked so hard for that. Freya Murdoch of Stockport. It almost looked as if she had been taken in the final 50 metres. She wasn't going to give up. She didn't give up. And she's the England under 15 1500 metre champion for 2021. What a race. And she moves up to third in the UK list this year. A great run. And a close race, as you would expect. There was only 0.4 of a second between the two athletes on paper.
This time for the U17 women's high-jump.
Great race.
Where all three athletes were at the same time with 1 metres 67 centimetres. So now one medalist for Bedford, Rosie Ward. Medalist from Oxford, Eloise Hind. And this year's champion, had a man both working from Saturday, Holly Thurston. So our next tracker then, which is actually going to show the U17 Men's 1500 metres. Here we've got 2 heats, the first 4 in each of these races, and the 4 fastest on time will make the final tomorrow. lining up in the heat right with our first expert in the Discus District Harriers. If you're ready, Hewitt from Steeple Harriers. Joshua Blevins from Gateshead Harriers. William Ramsay from UAC. Isaac Rothwell from Kempton College. Christopher Kirsten from the AC. Jamie Keane from Victor Kent. Ethan Joey Jones from UAC. Samuel Lee from Bristol AC. Alfie Hyde from Kempton College. So that's your lineup for the first of the U17 Men's 1500 metres.
Well, next up it's with the 1500 metres still. 2 heats in the under-17 men's. Connor Fletcher, Abdirahim Hamad, Josh Belvins, Will Rabjohns, Isaac Rothwell, Christopher Perkins, Jamie Keir, Ethan Brady-Jones, Samuel Lee and Alfie Pipe. Your lineup. Well, we are underway. And already at the front, it's Abdirahim Hamad in the Shaftesbury strip, just beginning to take things out, and not wanting this to be a particularly slow race. Josh Blevins goes in this, the Gateshead Harrier, well tucked in at the back at the moment. He's around 3:54.84 this year. Currently sitting at 5th in the UK rankings. Good improvement over 10 seconds this year. Came 5th at the English schools. And the man that beat him at the front of that, Will Rabjohns, got the bronze medal that day, and he's in this race. And now we start to see Josh Blevins, who starts to try and take this out. And it's a pretty good pace at the moment. They're starting to move nicely down the back straight after a fairly pedestrian first 250 metres or so. Now whereabouts is Will Rabjohns, the pooled athlete? Just biding his time at the moment. And there he is in the black strip with the yellow horizontal stripe, and it's Blevins and Rabjohns coming through now. Hamad just biding his time. Ethan Brady-Jones in this race also came 6th at the English Schools Championships, and Brady Jones is just in the pack at the moment, second from back. We've got 2 laps to go, still plenty to play for, and the lead will certainly change before we get to the finish line. Perhaps a bit of a risk from Josh Blevins, but he's taking it out because he knows he's more than fast enough. 3:54.84 to his name. He knows that he's got the ability and the pace to take this out. Still going strongly as they go down the back straight. Alfie Pipe, I think that is in second at the moment. Or Isaac Rothwell rather. 3:57 man. 13th in the UK rankings. Just trying to keep amongst it at the moment. And Rothwell, well, he was a bronze medalist at the English schools over 3,000 metres here, so stepping down slightly. Trying to keep the pace going. Perkins in there as well. We haven't even mentioned him yet, a 3:54 man. Perkins in 4th comfortably. It's the first 4 and the next 4 fastest through to the final, and well, they are beginning to tear away this leading pack of 4. Here comes Perkins now, 3:54 man. Perkins, he's ran 3:54, ran the 800 metres at the English schools, trying to show his might at the front here as he looks to try and take the national title. Hopefully tomorrow they're miles ahead, 30 metres ahead of 5th, and they'll have no worries as they come into the home straight. Just need to pack together, tick the legs over, and they will all automatically qualify with some ease. And it was in the end really good tactics from Josh Blevins to just take things out on the end of the first lap, really, wasn't it? Cruising through, walking through the line, across the line first. Isaac Rothwell first, Perkins second, and it was the Pool AC man Rabjohn's third, and well, Josh Blevins, the Gateshead man, just picking up 4th, pretty comfortable in the end. Well done to Josh Blevins for taking that one out early on. It was 4:05.06 in the end. The time pretty much irrelevant, all about qualification. And the others probably not quite fast enough. It wasn't slow though, was it? It was a very slow first lap, but wasn't slow after that. We'll be interested to see whether in this second race they get any quicker. There's a few guys in there that have ran under 4. George Keane, the 4th in the UK rankings list this year as well. He'll try and keep the pace honest. He was 4th at the English schools, and yeah, let's wait and see. The 4th from that: Josh Blevins, Will Rabjohns, Isaac Rothwell and Chris Perkins. You'll fall through to the 1500 metre final tomorrow, which is at 1:10 in the afternoon.
And our champion, the best player of 47.01 metres from Andover, Eloise McDonald.
It is probably this. That's what up it straight.
Heat 2 then of the U17 men's 1500 metres, 4:05 the first heat. They need to run a bit quicker than that, but the rain has just started tippling down here. They've been called back from the mark, the start line. They will be given another recall.
So
going to go after this one, aren't they? Pretty pacey start. Well, the athletes in this: Gabrielle Parmenter, Will Stanway, Oliver Capps, Corey Campbell, George Keane, perhaps the man to keep an eye out for, Will Strictly, Cameron Deverell, Evan Savage, Will Singleton. So I would probably keep my eyes on George Keane, Corey Campbell, Ollie Capps and Will Strictly. And already, well, we're seeing at the front here, Evan Savage, perhaps an outside bet maybe if it's slow at the end to get amongst the top 4. But remember, it's the first 4 automatically through. We could see 8 qualifying from this, and there is 9 athletes here, so maybe one man's going to miss out. But if they make it fast enough, perhaps we will see 8 qualify. They've got to come from somewhere, haven't they? So only 2 heats. You know your stall is 64 in the first 400 metres. It's a lot pacey. They took it out really well in that first 300, and now it's just they've shut it down. They don't really know what to do, and they can't afford to mess about here. Somebody needs to just get to the front and start making this honest. And well, our man at the front, Will Strictly of Wirral, not too far from home, is he? Found himself, I don't think he particularly wanted to be at the front right now, but he just got there out of necessity to avoid any damage, and there was almost a risk as they came through at 450 metres in. They might have just tripped up or so, but the athletes like George Keane and Will Strictly, they don't want to make it too difficult. You know, if it's not stretched out in the first 600 metres or so, they might be in for a bit of a battle. They need to make it fast. They don't need to tire them out too much, and I think they're around about 7 seconds at 700 metres quicker than the first race was, so they're on course to run a bit quicker. They're keeping the pace moving. They're going to be somewhere around low 4s, 4:02 maybe. We'll have to wait and see. 800 metres in, and they're starting to tick it over now. Will Strictly still at the front then, just tailing him. George Keane, 354 man as you might expect, and just behind him Corey Campbell and Ollie Capps amongst it as well. The main protagonists then, based on their personal best set this season, are certainly in the mix. Starting to get a bit of a lead breakaway of 7 here, and as the rain comes down it makes it much more difficult to try and keep on the pace, and as they come into the home straight for the penultimate time they will get the belt. And Keane just has a little look over at Will Strictly. I don't think they quite realise how many of them are here, and Keane just taking a look himself now. At the front, Ollie Capps, the Exeter Harrier in the blue, the tall figure, starting to stretch this one out a little bit. There's 7 of them in this leading pack, just trying to tail on at the back. We've going to have a bit of a breakaway of 6. Well, it could be all 6, it could be 7 of them. They just keep on it. At the back there, number 748 Stanway having a great run here. He's a 409 man at best. He's the second slowest in the field, and he's batting above his average here. And as he tries to get back amongst it, bit of a late surge perhaps as he tries to go around Evan Savage, but at the front it's still Ollie Capps, George Keane there as you would expect, Corey Campbell now just beginning to show around the outside, and they are well within pace here. There's a bit of a sprint finish. They think maybe it's only the top 4. They just need to have a bit of a calm here because they're all going to be inside 4:05. 4:05 was the time to beat from the first heat. It's all those 4, 1, 2, and I think we're going to see the Exeter Harrier, Ollie Capps and Evan Savage definitely make it. And I think just coming across the line, Will Stanway. I think Will Stanway in the red is probably going to have done enough to get one of the 4 non-automatic qualifying spots. But yeah, they made it a bit difficult for themselves, didn't they, really, in the end? Fast first lap, slowed it down. Nobody really took it on. They didn't want to take it on. They don't want to tie their legs, but all they had to do was just get inside, and in the end, that's how they did it. 4:03.34, and a good run in the end. So we will see those guys tomorrow in the 1500 metre final. Next up on the track, it's the under 15 boys 3000 metre straight final, and you may or may not believe that a certain Mo Farah holds the championship best performance of 8 minutes 47. Not quite sure we'll be beating that today, but that is up in just a couple of minutes' time. They're all ready to go down on the start of the second day.
So the winner just got for this M15 Burgess 2,000 metres. This is the final.
Well, our second really distance, third distance race final, the under 15 boys 3,000 metre, and we have Archie Pearson, Robert Price, George Craggs, Henry Lyons, Ewan Thomas, Akira Bees, Oscar Schofield, Henry Sheffield, George Grains, Ash Burgess, Archie Pinder and Owen Smith in 7.5 laps of the track. Already it's Oscar Schofield at the front, just keeping things moving, and a good number of athletes in this lineup. 11 in the field. You can't miss him at the front, number 730. Oscar Schofield, the Sale Harrier with the headband on. Just outside of him, Ash Burgess in the black Strifford Birchfield. Into a bit of rhythm, and well, it'd be interesting to see whether this goes to form. Different athletes mixing it up. They don't always run this distance. Some will maybe try a little bit longer, but they are still young. A lot of development. What can we see from these guys? Well, Ash Burgess is a 9:37 man at best. So as they come through the first 600 metres, it's Schofield, and just trailing him slightly. We have, I think it's Ewan Thomas, the Carmarthen Harrier, just trailing him at the moment. They've already opened up a 10 or 12 metre gap. Well, actually, Henry Sheffield, yeah, just tucking in behind me. Not 760, 735, the number on his chest. The tall figure in the green strip, just tucked in behind Oscar Schofield, Henry Sheffield. Henry Sheffield 8th in the UK this year. 9:34 man. Interesting to see Joe Grange. He's a 9:27 man, and one of the fastest in the field. The Alford athlete. Not a distance they often run at this age group, and Oscar Schofield just ticking forward and Robert Price of Vale Royal just sitting in third at the moment, all on his own. It's tricky to pace yourself in these wet and windy conditions, although the wind seems to have just died slightly here. Vale Royal's Robert Price trying to close the gap. He is very much isolated, some 20 metres almost exactly ahead of the chasing pack. He is then 15 metres behind the leaders Schofield and Sheffield. Yeah, 800 metres in, it's what, 1,000 metres in, a third of the way through this, and they're just ticking over nicely at the moment at the front. I wonder if they're going to leave this for a big sprint finish or not.
Still Oscar Schofield from St Harriers with Henry Sheffield.
Well, Schofield at the front was 7th at the English schools over the 1,500 metres. He's ran a 9:10 3K on the road this year, which would certainly put him top or equal top of the rest of the field. In the UK certainly as well, the UK leading time by Jed Hutchins, 9:10.6. So Schofield at the moment setting the pace nicely, keeping things ticking over. He's going to be chased hard by Henry Sheffield the whole way. Sheffield just on his shoulder. Well, I think perhaps we are away from the finish, but maybe our medalists are already wrapped up. Schofield first. Sheffield just a couple of metres behind him, trailing. Schofield working hard at the front. He took it out from the gun, trying to lead this one home all the way. And the gap between Sheffield and Price in third, well, not really getting any bigger, but it's not getting any smaller either. Trying to work hard at the moment. Schofield perhaps got a bit of heavy legs at the minute. Maybe Sheffield will think about taking this on. They've got less than 3 laps to go. Well, Robert Price now in third, just starting to nudge a little bit closer to Henry Sheffield. Maybe Price has played an absolute blinder, you never know. There's a lot of running left to play in this race, and enough time for him just to close it in. He's really reeled them in over the last 400 metres. Sheffield in second, Schofield leading. He's got a couple of metres lead now. Maybe he's started to sense the charge of Robert Price from Vale Royal LC, and now he comes. Tactically excellent so far from Robert Price, didn't burn the energy, and now he's taken the lead with 800 metres to go. Schofield perhaps a little bit surprised by this, wouldn't have realised at one point he was some 25 metres clear of Price, and we're now into a different sort of race. Schofield chasing. Sheffield has faded a bit now into the bronze medal position. You won't be able to claw that back. He seems a bit heavy-legged now, but has done very, very well up until this point. Just needs to keep strong, keep his rhythm. Schofield has been dropped in this last 300 metres, and what a surge this is from Robert Price. Now 10 metres clear. Looking superb, Robert Price. How fast can he go here? These aren't great conditions either. He's done a lot of the work on his own. Just trying to find his way forward. Robert Price, a 4:09 1500 metre man. He was bronze in that event at the English schools here a few weeks ago. He's using his speed to good effect as he comes through the bell, and he is well clear, 20 metres or so ahead of Oscar Schofield in second. Henry Sheffield, the Stroud and District athlete, working very hard in third. Well, you never know, might be able to close a little bit on Schofield. But this is all about Price. His best set over the 3,000 metres last year, 9:17.98. Well, he should be well inside of that. Maybe, perhaps he could go sub 9 minutes. There's a lot of running to do, but he's got enough time, and he may well have just paced this to perfection. Coming into the home straight, Rob Price from Vale Royal, looking smooth, not even a grimace on his face. Schofield some 50 metres back now, and here comes Robert Price of Vale Royal, a deserved winner of this, master tactician, and he's taken almost 20 seconds off his lifetime best, 8:58.88, and a great run for Rob Price. Oscar Schofield, a good run from him, and Henry Sheffield will take the bronze for Stroud and District, and a surging finish in the end for Akira Bees from Yate and District. But what a run from Robert Price of Vale Royal. Well, we'll go into 28th on the UK all-time list with that run. Just what we like to see. Good tactics from they're only under 15s, it's so young, isn't it? And we will have another 3,000 metre race in just a couple of minutes' time. It should be the under 17 women's 3,000 metres, but we'll confirm that in just a couple of minutes' time. I think it looks as if we've got 6 athletes lining up for this one.
Our next minute presentation. Under 19 men's disability shot put. The silver medal. The best throw of 14.46 metres from Pembrokeshire goes to Michael Jenkins. And the goal. With the best throw of 12.83 metres from Cornwall, Fabio Zamparelli.
Well, they don't look absolutely delighted to be here, do they? A bit chilly in Manchester. It's 14 degrees. I don't know what the feel-like temperature is, but I'm very envious of all of you sitting back at home watching. My phone says it feels like 16. 16 in August must feel like about 0. It's not nice at all here. Only 6 athletes in this women's 3,000 metre final. Valencia Wright on your inside. Ellie Loosely, number 263. Jess Bailey, 113. The Kendall AC athlete. Jemima Ridley from Cookham Running Club, 336. Hope Smith of Vale Royal. Well, they've just seen their clubmate Rob Price excel very nicely indeed in the under 15 boys edition of this event, and then Holly Weedall, also Vale Royal, goes on the outside.
So we're now signalling the start of the U17 Women's 3,000 metres final. Out on the track are Valencia Wright at Giffen North AC, Ellie Loosely from Cambridge College, Jess Bailey from Kendall AAC, Jemima Ridley from Cochrane Running Club, and Hewitt Smith and Holly Weaver both from Loyal Race AC.
Well, already at the front, we've got Holly Weedall
We'll move to our next medal presentation. That's the U15 girls.
just taking things out at the front. Number 409.
Direction, we're going to go with the U15 girls 1500 metres. So our bronze medal today, with a time of 4:40.42.
And they are single file at the moment as they go down the back straight to conclude their first lap. And well, it's interesting to see what happens here. Fourth in the UK rankings is Ellie Loosely, number 263, who's just to the right of your picture there. The white strip of Cambridge and Coleridge. She's bottom of the under-17 age group. Came third in the English schools at this distance, and Jess Bailey 113. She won that English schools. Loosely was bronze, and just interested to see how this one pans out, because the front three at the moment trying to take it forward. Weedall just now being edged out for the lead by Jess Bailey. And there she is at the front, Jess Bailey, English schools champion. She's around 9:27 this season. She is top of the UK lists. Jess Bailey, she's already ran in the England Athletics Championships this year in the under-20 edition. Picked up a bronze over the 1500 metres, so multi-talented 5k in 17:03 as well back in April. Might have a bit more speed than the rest of this field, and she's already opened up a 3 or 4 metre, maybe even 5 metre gap on Ellie Loosely, and just trying to tuck in third is Holly Weedall. Maybe these are our medalists, we should have to wait and see, but Jess Bailey's gone for a fairly long run from home. She's not turned the screw just yet. She's waiting, trying to be patient.
We're going to
Already a little look on the inside from Valencia Wright, just to try and see where she was. And Holly Weedall sitting in second at the moment. She was 7th at the English schools earlier this year.
in third place, representing Rushcliffe with a jump of 10.27 metres, was Isabel Howarth. In second place, with the silver medal today.
So it's Jess Bailey leading, Valencia Wright just back in third. It's going to be a tight battle between Weedall and Wright for that silver and bronze at the moment, but you never know what might happen. We saw earlier in our last race on this track was the under-15 boys 3,000 metre steeplechase.
And in a second time in competition,
Ellie Loosely, the English schools bronze medalist, some way back, currently in 4th.
Age group is Amber Brown of Trafford. Very worthy gold medal. Well done, Amber.
Well, no change at the front. Jess Bailey having to work hard. It is tough out there, isn't it? They're over halfway really, and she's having to do it all on her own at the moment. As they come round this bend and they head down the home straight, they will see that they've got 3 laps to go, approaching the end of this second kilometre. So far it's been tough out here with the conditions. They've got a nice bit of a tailwind on their backs as they come down the runway here, and it's cold, it's chilly, it's not very nice. I'm amazed how many people are sat here watching today, friends and family. As Bailey, the English schools champion, comes round with 3 laps to go. Valencia right now just sitting back in front of Holly Weedall, seem to be taking it in turns.
Followed by Valencia Wright.
In 4th, some way back really, is Ellie Loosely. She might need to get her skates on if she's going to try and close back in for a medal. We know she can pick up a medal. Ellie Loosely, she did so at the English schools, and the gap at the front with Jess Bailey now something like 50 metres. Weedall back in front for Vale Royal again. The gap probably too big to do what Robert Price did for the same club in the under 15 boys 3,000 metres just some 10 minutes ago. Just to keep you up to date, at the end of this 3,000 metres final, we head to 600 metre finals, the ambulant men's, the ambulant women's, the under 15 boys, under 15 girls, under 17 women's, and then the under 17 men's. Lots of sprint finals to come over the final half an hour of action here at Sport City in Manchester for the England under 17 and 15 championships. Weedall now just stretching out in second by some 5 metres. Can she hold on to that lead over the final 2 laps? And remember, if you've liked what you've seen here, remember that on the 18th of August, England Athletics will be back here at Sport City with the Manchester International. We've got GB Juniors, GB Under 18s, England, Wales. The National Athletics League are bringing a team. It's going to be a fantastic evening of action, starting in the early afternoon. Please, if you are interested in watching, adults of tickets £5, under 16s and over 65s go for free. You can get all the information you need for that on England Athletics website or www.manchester-international.co.uk. We look forward to welcoming you on the 18th of August, but for now we come into the final lap of the under 17 women's 3,000 metres. Jess Bailey, the English school medalist, well on her way to making it double gold. Weedall can't quite shake the challenge of Valencia Wright in second at the moment. That 5 metre gap not extended, it's not shortened. Valencia Wright looks as if she might have a little bit of energy just to try and make a late surge. She doesn't want to go too soon, but she doesn't want to leave it too late. In 4th, Ellie Loosely, 2.63, the Cambridge and Coleridge athletes, some way down, and she won't get amongst the medals. Only 6 athletes in this lineup today. A look on the wrist of Jess Bailey as she comes into the final 200 metres. She wants to know what pace she's on. She wants to know, is she within personal best territory. Her personal best set at Lee back in May, 9:27.74. She's bottom age group, under 17. We can see her here again next year. She's battled the rain, she's battled the wind, she's battled the cold, she's battered the rest of the field really. Sprinting for the line. She's going to be outside her personal best. Not the day for it today. It's a solo run. She's working hard. 9:36.20, and she's just a couple of seconds outside the championship best performance. Valencia Wright, well, she sat and tucked in, didn't she? And she's come for a good sprint finish here. She will get the silver medal. And Holly Weedall did incredibly well to get a bronze medal here. maybe well inside her personal best. Very loosely, a late surge, but couldn't get it back amongst the medals. Just how hard these conditions are, you see them on the line there. Hope Smith and Jemima Ridley, the final two athletes crossing the line. Tough conditions today, but great running all round as we conclude our final distance event of the day before we wrap things up with the speed merchants down on the 100-metre start line. But a good win for Jess Bailey. She makes it English Schools gold, England Athletics gold over the 3,000 metres for 2021.
This is the best session. So the 3,000 metres. The results in the best order. First place, Henry Shepherd representing Stirling District and a time of 9 minutes 17.96. Yeah, he's winning his bronze medal. In second place, earning the silver medal today, Esther Schofield and Sarah Harriet Manchester with a time of 9 minutes 11.4. Today's champion and gold medal winner, representing Royal Royal Athletics Club at a time of 8:58.87, Robert Price. Now preparation for the final. For the ambulance men 100 metres, it's a straight final today. In lane 3, Samuel Ezo from Cornwall Athletic Club. In lane 4, Joe Massett from Team Bar. Lane 5, Fraser Oates representing English Harriers. And he's running in lane 6, it will be Stephen Samuels from South London Harriers.
Well, the start list then for this ambulant men's 100 metre final. 3 athletes going in this, 2 different categories. Sam Jose of Cornwall, T20 athlete. Joel Mattox, Team Bath, saw him run that fantastic solo 400 earlier. T20 athlete, and on the outside, running the 200 metres early on this morning, Fraser Owen from Inverness, T36 athlete. So only 3 athletes in this. They will pick up medals, but which colour will it be? Sam Jose, Joel Mattox, Fraser Owen. Well away, and already Mattox opening up a prominent lead. Ran 56 seconds earlier in the 400 metre, looking fantastic with a great tailwind here. 11.64. Smooth running from Joel Mattox. Sam Jose coming through with the win, and Fraser Owen. Fraser Owen with the bronze, and the wind, just looking at the windsock in the infield, it was very, very flat and died down quite a lot, so maybe we're going to see some legal times. But that was a great run. Great example of sprinting from Team Bath's Joel Mattox. Next up, it's the ambulant women's 100 metres. We will see Esme O'Connell, Madeline Down and Bebe Jackson fight it out for the gold.
Our third athlete with a time of 9:54.14 from Gifford North CC, Valencia Wright. And our champion with a time of 9:36.20 from Kendal, Jess Bailey. Next event on the track is the ambulant women 100 metres final. In lane 3, Esme O'Connell from Decorum Tring. In lane 4, Madeline Down from Hewitt. And in lane 5, Bebe Jackson from Harlow.
Well then, the ambulant women's 100 metre final. They are ready to roll. One of the final events of the day. You can already see the under 15 boys final ready to go behind them. And they've already started walking the under 15 girls down from the call room. So 5 races to go, including this one, the ambulant women's 100 metre final. Esme O'Connell of Decorum Tring goes in lane 3. Madeline Down in 4. Bebe Jackson in 5. The ambulant women's 100 metres. Cleanly away, great start on the inside from Esme O'Connell. In the middle now, Madeline Down begins to surge, but it's Esme O'Connell who's going to pull away with this one. Esme O'Connell is going to take the title, 13.54. Second then Madeline Down gets second, and Bebe Jackson with the bronze, and it will come down to points because we have different categories. T20 for Esme O'Connell, Madeline Down T38, Bebe Jackson T44, so the actual gold medal, silver medal, bronze will be decided once they've tallied up the points from the official results. But 13.54 for the win then for Esme O'Connell.
Next on the track will be the under 15 boys 100 metres final. In lane 1 will be Peter Ogden from U15 Track Academy. Troy Ober, Charles John Farman District, goes in lane 2. Teddy Wilson of the U15 Track Academy goes in lane 3. He's the fastest qualifier on this line with a time of 10.87, but there's a bit over on. Aaron Tugwell, Carl Bartless, goes in lane 4. Matthew Ejay from Rocky Harriers goes in lane 5. Josie Berry, Newport Harriers, from down lane 6. In lane 7, we have Rory Braden from Reading AC, and in lane 8, I am waiting for Toby from Marshall Lincoln Kings AC.
Well, next up then, we've got the under 15 boys 1500 metre final, and depending what happens with the tailwind, we could see something special from young Teddy Wilson in lane 3, but we'll come to that in a minute. Peter Ogbenwan goes in lane 1. Personal best 11:46, ran 11:54 earlier on today. In 2, it's Troy Over from Aldershot Farnham District. Just sneaked inside his best of 11.5 earlier with 11:47. So the man at the moment then, Teddy Wilson, huge time of 10.87 seconds. Best is 10.93 legal set at the English schools on this track. Well, 10.83 is the UK under 15 all-time best set by Kessoy Oladoye back in 2013. That was an amazing run at the time. Can he go quicker than that? Aaron Tugwell, keep an eye out for him as well for silver and bronze. He goes in 4. Matt Ajay from Watford goes in 5. Looked fantastic earlier. Huge personal best from him, 10.12. How much faster can he go? Joe Berry goes in 6. Rory Brogan goes in 7. Naomidi Fatoki goes in lane 8. Well, Teddy Wilson 10.87 in the semi-final earlier on. It was wind assisted, I think +4 in the end, but a fantastic run all the same. Ogbenwan Over, Wilson, Tugwell, Ajay, Berry, Brogan, Fatoki. The under 15 boys 100 metre final. Cleanly away, and look at Teddy Wilson go. He is storming away from the rest of the field. Tugwell trying to go with him, but it's all about Teddy Wilson. Keep an eye out for the clock. 10.79. My word. If that is confirmed, if that is wind legal, that'll be a new UK all-time under 15 best. Well, that is inside the 10.80 championship best performance set back in 2013, but well, 1.5 metres per second. The wind. He fought all the way. He really wanted it, didn't he? He was 4 or 5 metres clear. 10.79. That is a new UK record for the under 15s. Teddy Wilson bettered the mark of Kessoy Oladoye set 8 years ago. He looks pretty happy with himself, doesn't he? 10.78. It was rounded down by 100. Knocked half a tenth off the UK best. And the athletes that have come before him, Kessoy Oladoye, Kai Chambers Brown, Tyrese Johnson Fisher, Owen Sinclair and Mark Lewis Francis. Well, a fantastic run. Talent at a young age doesn't always equate to successful senior performances, but it is unbelievable from Teddy Wilson. 10.78 plus 1.4, a new UK under 15 best. They might not even go quicker than that in the under 17 boys, which just goes to show how good that is. Well, Sports City is really popping now. And we've got the under 15 girls final to come. 3 races to go before the end of today here. It's all in the 100 metres. Well, it's the under 15 girls final now. Indiana Marshall goes in lane 1, Emily Lucas in 2. Now Desir goes in 3. Lily Bradley in 4, Thea Brown in 5, Queen Yvette Nguta in 6, Emily Owen in 7, and Savannah Morgan in lane 8. Keep an eye out for Nell Desir and Cardiff Archer in lane 3. Looked fantastic in the semi-finals earlier on. It's Marshall, Lucas, Desir, Bradley, Brown, Nguta, Owen and Morgan. The under 15 girls 100 metre final. Away nicely, Lucas got off to a bolter, but here comes Desir on her outside from 6. It's the Preston Harrier and Nguta, but on the inside Desir's going to pull through. Desir's going to take it. 12.08. Be a new lifetime best for her. She fought for that, and a great run from the Cardiff Archer athlete. Queen Yvette Nguta, the Preston Harrier, well, she'll be well inside her lifetime best with a silver, and we'll have to watch the replay to try and pick up who got the bronze. And I think perhaps through the middle it was Thea Brown. Wait for the win reading, but some cracking personal bests across the board there. We carry on with the under 17 women's 100 metre final next. And this, the photo finished. Desir storming through, gritting her teeth, working hard. And Nguta dipping for the silver. And Thea Brown, the Sale Harrier, on home turf, picking up the bronze. And I'm sure they'll both be rewarded with a new lifetime best.
In lane 4, also for them doing carrying day, and in lane 5, from Saturday, see Trezeguet Taylor, and in lane 6, from Blackheath and Bromley, Faith Akinbedeji. In lane 7, also from Blackheath and Bromley, Tyra Kambai Anand, and in lane 8, from Sutton College, Edie Patrick.
Well, next up it's the under 17 women's 100 metre final. Caris Thomas goes in lane 1 from Havering. Angelo goes in lane 2. In 3 it's Renee Regis. In 4 Emanuela Quay. Trezeguet Taylor goes in 5. Faith Akinbeleje goes in 6. In 7 it's Tyra Kambai Annan. And on the outside in 8 from City of Norwich, Evie Patrick. Well, we saw some pretty quick times. It was 11.69, a legal win for Trezeguet Taylor in lane 5. Faith Akinbeleje was storming after her. Renee Regis, keep an eye out for her as well, the Enfield Harrogate athletes. Go in lanes 3 and 4. From the inside then, Thomas in 1, Angelo in 2, Regis in 3, Quay in 4, Taylor in 5, Akinbeleje in 6, Kambai Annan in 7, and Patrick in lane 8. The under 17 women's 100 metre final. Cleanly away, good start in the middle from Quay. Taylor having a good run at the moment. Can Beleje get back into it? But it's going to be Trezeguet Taylor that comes away with this one. 11.74. Well, if the win's legal, it'll be a new lifetime best. Not quite as quick as she ran in the semi-final, but the wind was blustery then. I think it was Faith Akinbeleje that picked up the silver. We'll have to have a look at the photo finish. It was fairly even out the blocks, wasn't it? Quay got out well. Akinbeleje coming through strongly as she did in the semi-final. But I think it was Renee Regis from lane 3 picking up the bronze. A close run. Well, Trezeguet Taylor, she loved that on home turf, the Trafford AC athlete. 11.74, a new lifetime best for her. Remember, you can catch all the live results on the England Athletics website. Head to Twitter as well, at England Athletic, where you can catch up with the results. One more race to go. The under-17 men's 100 metre final. We saw a UK best performance in the under-15 men's just a few minutes ago. How fast can they go? Can they better the 10.78 set by the under-15 men's? Teddy Wilson, well, perhaps could have won this under-17 men's 100 metre final. He might have the opportunity next year when he moves up an age group, but for now there's plenty of speed in this under-17 men's final.
In lane 5, Dean Patterson from Glasgow School of Sport. In lane 6, Cornwall AC, Mitchell Tao. In lane 7, Chloe Carter of Hercules Wimbledon. And in lane 8, Callum Webb of Cardiff Archers.
Well, they've done their warm-up for the third time today. They've walked down the track for the third time. And they'll have an opportunity to win a medal for the first time today. The lineup then for the under-17 men's 100 metre final. On the inside, Adam Islam Medu from Blackheath and Bromley. Fabian Power, the Corby athlete, goes into Rusciano Thomas Riley from Coventry Godiva, the English schools champion, set a personal best in the semi-final. How much quicker can he go? Dante Legister goes in lane 4, looked very good earlier on in the heats. Dean Patterson ran a wind-aided 10.7 in the semi-final. He's in 5. Micho Tao in lane 6. What a day he's having. Huge personal best for him. First time sub-11, 10.8 windy in the semi-final. In 7, Freddie Arkle from Hercules Wimbledon. He goes on the outside and rounded things up. Callum Webb, the Cardiff archer, got off to an absolute flyer, didn't he? Cracking out the blocks. Keep an eye out for him as well. You could throw a hat over the athletes in the middle lanes. Thomas Riley, Legister, Patterson, Micho Tao, the Cornwall athlete in the yellow strip, just to the left of your picture. There he is. What a day he's had. Maybe an outside bet. But Rusciano Thomas Riley looking to do the double here. Won the English schools here last month. Looking to take the England under-17 title here today. Well, the wind's died down, there's no rain. It's still freezing for August, but that's what you deal with. Welcome to Manchester. Well, we expect it to come from the middle lanes. Thomas Riley in 3, Legister in 4, Patterson, he looks so good. Can he get the same sort of 10.7 performance without a +4 wind? Looked great in the heats earlier as well. Such a challenge to put together 3 rounds in one day. It's cold, the legs are tired. What can they get out of themselves here? Final race of the day then. The under-17 men's 100 metre final. Well, Islam Madou goes in 1, Powell in 2, Thomas Riley in 3, Legister in 4, Patterson in 5, Tower in 6, Harkle in 7, Webb in lane 8. The under-17 men's 100-metre final from a very wet and windy Sports City, Manchester. Cleaning out the blocks, Legister got after an absolute flyer. Thomas Riley is going to have to fight back at the minute. It's Dante Legister leading. Can Thomas Riley get back at him? What a late surge! Dean Patterson, where did he come from? What a race, 10.76. Dante Legister looked as if he got that one wrapped up from the gun, but check out this finish from Dean Patterson. He was 2 or 3 metres down with 30 metres to go, striding through. Difficult to tell. Well, I think he might have just been run out for silver, Dante Legister. We'll have to wait on that photo finish. Rusciano, Thomas Riley, did he make it a double? Dean Patterson, astounding. Maybe they were all under 10.80. I think it's going to come down to Patterson and Thomas Riley. Astonishing race. We're trying to wait and see. The camera's on this side, so might have just given Dean Patterson a bit of an edge from the Parallax, but they wait with anticipation. It was a great final, a bit quicker than the under-15 UK best performance.
With a time of 10.78 seconds, which unofficially is a championship best performance and potentially a UK best performance. For the Refit Today Track Academy, Teddy Wilson.
Teddy Wilson with his medal, his gold medal, his UK best performance. It was wind legal, astonishing. First under-15 boy from the UK, sub 10.8. Huge run from him, but we are still waiting on the result for the under-17 men's 100 metres. Dante Legister got off to an absolute rocket of a start. It's worth having a look again. He stands about to empty here at Sports City, but a few will be eagerly anticipating the announcer's call from photo finish. Just look how far back Dean Patterson was, gritting his teeth, storming through, kept his stride long, kept relaxed. .10.76 on the clock. It might have been rounded down a bit. We shall wait and see. Well, that was the last race of the day. Well, tomorrow the action gets underway on the track with the walks at 10 AM. Bit of an early start tomorrow. We have plenty of 200 metre heats and 800 and 400 finals to come your way. Well, I think we're going to be waiting some time for this result of the under-17 men's 100 metres. We'll bring you a bit of a replay and a roundup for that tomorrow morning, but from all of us here on day one of the England Athletics under-17 and under-15 championships at Sports City Manchester, thanks for tuning in. We'll be back tomorrow morning. Keep an eye out on Twitter and on the England Athletics website for the results and roundup and report of today. Until tomorrow, good night.